You know, there is a level of it being a little unfortunate that, you know, the game doesn't have a track mode on Blueburst. Or maybe it does, and I just turned it off without realizing it. God, I've played this character for 45 hours now. Well, anyways, time to get going. Well, first of all, first things first, very first thing to do, finally, I've unlocked Waterfall Tears, and I also have From the Depths unlocked. So I'm going to pull up the guide. This is step 3 of 5. Okay, finally. Waterfall Tears. Time to actually finish the Blackhound subquest. I didn't do this off stream. I thought of it, but the only reason why I didn't, because while the main reason why I'm doing this is because it gives a very good weapon, I did realize, well, if I'm focusing on the story and showing off the story and whatnot, this is actually a pretty big thing in that regard. And yeah, Sue is here. Which, if you go by the order of the Blackhound side of things, yeah, this would be her 3rd appearance. She might be here just as a hint as to the fact that this is relevant to that quest. Because otherwise you don't really have a hint that she's part of, that, like, there's anything going on. Like, it is something that's tied to Black Paper, but there's a bunch of things that are tied to Black Paper that also don't really involve the Blackhound specifically. But Sue is very specifically tied to this exact questline. Also, hey, I upgraded my mag past level 50, so it's now currently level 52, and as a result, it evolved into another form. Unfortunately, it wasn't a form that had a new photon blast for me, so yeah. I've mentioned it before, but I admittedly don't care too much about trying to optimize my mag right now, because by the time that I realized how, like, the optimal levels for it, I already had way too much defense, so. And also, yeah, I have a new sword. I found, while I was doing the questline stuff, I found DB's Saber, a rare sword. It is, basically, it's about the same in terms of strength as the frying pan, but it can be grinded up, and it does come, and the one that I found does have a 30% against altered beasts. That grinding up is a big deal. It means that this thing can actually increase in power. Come on, be hittable. There we go. But yeah, like I was saying, from what I can tell, it's like... Probably use a trap vision. Just so I can switch to a railgun and start shooting everything. But yeah, from what I can tell, it's basically like... This is the bad route, the non-canon route. It's kind of the bad ending for it, but it's very specifically focused on... Like, it's very explicitly focused on the Blackhound, Kirik. And it is... And the normal route is more focused on Bernie. There actually is a reward for the normal route, but that's only in episode 2. So I believe that with the path that I took through episode 1 and just kind of going through things the normal way, I should still be able to get that reward as well. So I have to do the side quests on normal and whatnot. Which likely is why it locks... why just repeating the side quests here can't let me change my answers and go into the other route. I don't know why I did that. I'm not going that right. Well, I guess I will. I'll see what's down here. Yeah, I feel like Sue there is the only actual sign that... Like... So on a basic level, Sue did warn us in the normal route when we told her name. She did warn us about the Black Hound. Watch out for him. Which, as we know, the Black Hound is Kurik, the guy from the tutorial mission. The generic QCAS. Also, with that mono grinder, I'm gonna mainly be spending my grinders on DB's Saber right now. Make my strong single hit weapon a hell of a lot better. It's nothing special, like, as a single hit weapon, but, like, it's that state of, like, it is an upgrade over everything else I did have. But yeah, Sue explicitly has a lot of ties to Kurik, and I'm guessing that kind of her presence here is the only real hint that you have that this is something tied to that quest line. I will say, our damage has gone up a decent amount with this. Mainly because of being able to grind it, but also for, like, this area as well, having that additional 30% damage. This would actually be a super good weapon to have against the Gal Griffin. Would have been really good for the rest of episode 2 that I was doing. But that's just how things work, usually. And by the time that... presumably by the time that I'm, like, doing episode 2 for, like, on hard, like, for myself personally, I'll probably have something better for that anyways. And this will have, by far, lost its usefulness. Or I won't have anything better, and it'll be a shame that I don't have anything better. Oh, hey! Amplifier of Resta. Is that, I believe that would be a unit? No, let's see. Amplifier of Resta. Photon amplifier that boosts the effective range of Resta. Is it... I do not know how to use that. That is... I don't know if it's something that you just hold in your inventory and it works or not. I mean, with the fact that I've been doing solo play, that doesn't really do much for me, but... maybe one of these days I'll feel comfortable playing with other people. Due to the fact that I'll be, like, more geared up. And thus, like, more willing to play with other people on the basis of, hey, I no longer feel like I would be, like, holding somebody back at random. It's a silly fear to have, I know that ultimately, but... well, I'm gonna be putting that amplifier of rest. I should actually check if it is just a inventory thing. Amplifier of Resta. Oh, it is an item used to turn the recovery barrier into Resta merch. Okay, so that's what it is. It's the recovery barrier that I have. I can change it into a Resta merge. Which... well, I'll sell some stuff first, and then I'll do that. Gotta make sure I don't sell the amplifier. Let's... oh. Yeah, here's the recovery barrier. When it's equipped with the Resta anti-amplifier. There we go. And hey, what do I have now? I have a Resta amplifier. So, with the recovery barrier equipped, I just use that, and it changed it into a Resta merge. Which, unfortunately, still not that great as a shield. It does do a pretty good job of... It does have better dark resistance, but also it is worth mentioning that its stats, I believe, are based around the shield that I used. So if I had a recovery shield that had better resistances on it, or better randomized stats on it, then it would be a better shield for me. Because all shields and armor, I believe, do have a range of how high their stats can be. Because, like, I'm looking at the recovery barrier wiki page, and it says its defense can go from 2 to 7, and its evasion can be 25 to 30. Wait, I actually have to check something. It just really occurred to me. What is the requirements for equipping this? 165 ATP, so I will be able to equip it then. And it's... There's an upgraded version of it as well that I'm pretty sure you get from doing this quest line on Ultimate. Seeing the X next to Shifta there is... Man, Sonic Team, why'd you have to do Humars like this? Oh, their big difference from Uniworlds is the fact that they get debuffs instead of buffs. And it's like, oh man. That sucks. Stop it. Man, with the end of episode 2 approaching, the fact that I am being rapidly faced with the question of, do I just go straight into episode 4 and continue playing, you know, the good online action RPG, or do I take that minor break into episode 3, Card Revolution, just for playing this stuff in the release order? Essentially get across almost a bit of like, well, this is why Blue Burst came with episode 4. Because people really wanted more PSO. Proper PSO, not Card Revolution PSO. Ow. So that's gonna be the big question here. Also, I will say, this probably isn't going to be my longest stream ever, which is a miracle. It's wild, because, like, final government quests are only going to be, like, there's only going to be 3 of them. Like, I'll probably, like, the thing that'll extend this is probably Seed of the Heart and whatnot, the 2 sub-quests that are available for episode 2, but I'll be doing those in single player. So enemies won't have their multiplayer stats for it. Okay, and just because I'm approaching the goal, might as well make sure. Yep. Just that you continue on after completing the mission objective. It really does. By the way, I actually was doing some like rare item hunting off stream too. Specifically trying to get one from the dragon. I'll do an attempt at that quickly on stream just to demonstrate a thing, like soon, but I feel it's worth demonstrating the side quest it's part of. Right. Hit that and then I progress. The other paths are just side areas. Yeah, I'm not properly delaying my second hit there against those evil sharks. Because yeah, you can tell I'm hitting it while it's still in its reeling animation, thus it doesn't go into an additional reeling animation. So I should be doing that, delaying it quite a bit to make sure that I hit it late. just out of TP in general. Ow. By the way, I do have to say, so I already said the word this stream, also. There I pronounced it more appropriately, but just... Speaking on stream has made me slightly more aware of the way I pronounce things. The way I realize... The natural way for me to pronounce it also is also. As if it's A-S-L. Well, A-L-S-L. Also. Or U-L-L. There we go. Yeah, keep blocking. But as mentioned, the goal here is, instead of just ending it there, we continue on. Ow! The hell was that one? I do wonder how far in Karik is going to be. It feels weird saying Karik when, like, the quest has just been referring to him, like, all this stuff has just been referring to him as the Black Hound. Like, all the side stuff relevant to him and whatnot. And even the guides only call him the Black Hound. But it's like, we also know Karik is the Black Hound from the very first quest he appeared in. It was also, he used to be a mercenary known as the Black Hound. So it's like, it feels weird when, like, it even seems like the guides and the game are trying to do a level of obfuscation. But we know the answer. Okay, yeah. Just had to make sure that that poison lily wasn't blocked by anything. Requiring me to open up a gate first. Hey there. Still nothing new? She'll probably have some new comments after the encounter for this. Actually, I wonder... Okay, yeah, I was just thinking for a second, does DB Saber even have a special attack associated with it? But no, it's just a beat stick. Like that, though, when I was saying that I need to delay attacks to make sure that I can hit them when they're not in their hit reel, that's what I was meaning. Because otherwise the saber swings too fast. For slower enemies, it doesn't matter, though. I will say, episode 4, once I do get to that is going to take a lot longer than episode 2 did. Not from government quests, but just the fact that it has a lot more side stories. Mainly because the side stories for that are, like, trying to add in more stuff from episode 1. Trying to be more like, hey, here's that character you remember. I will mention, I do not have an ice cap on me for once. I do not have a drink from Tim Hortons with me at this moment, as opposed to the usual pre-stream ritual of hitting up Tim Hortons. Ah, there he is. Hi there, Karik. Hey, buddy. You certainly are looking perfectly normal and not evil at all. Yeah, he outright confirms that he's the Black Hound right here. Well, he has orders to kill us and devour our soul. I wonder who his Pioneer 1 rival is. I actually don't know. Yeah, that's what we're supposed to do for this. Just supposed to encounter him, see that he's kind of going crazy. And yeah. Okay, next up is Black Paper, which is the quest we actually unlock from completing this. And then we'll be going into From the Depths, so we'll be doing a Ruins mission. Hey there. Yeah, Karik has orders to kill us and devour our soul, and he's talking about her soul being especially tasty. Okay, so Sue doesn't have any comments still. Like I said, I'm pretty sure she's only there just as a hint that this is something to do with the Black Hound questline. Seeing the names Anna and Crow, I mentioned it before when doing that mission for the first time, but like it makes me think of World of Final Fantasy specifically because of the character Anna Crow. And it makes me wonder if both of these things are referencing something that I just don't know about. So I remember trying to search it up for World of Final Fantasy, like, hey, Anna Crow's name seems like it has a meaning behind it. What is that? And people were like, I have no clue. People like were trying to figure it out as well and just had no real idea. They were like, maybe it's like a sort of anagram for anachronism that's messed up. I don't know. Yeah, like I said, it seeing Anna and Crow there makes me think that Anna Crow is something. It's a reference or something that this was also referencing. But anyways, I'm gonna just speed through this. Also, admittedly, seeing the word spinner, Grand Blue has now poisoned my brain forever because of the character Spinner. Well, Spinna, who fights with fidget spinners. He actually kind of rules. I'm waiting for him to get an SSR. Wait, actually, did he ever get one? He might have. I might have to take a break in the middle of the stream to quickly check the GBF wiki. Oh, hey, free evade material. So, well, time to open up the material document. Evade is now at a 9. I also need to open up the Humor page just to make sure. I should write down in this document how much I'm aiming for with everything. So for min-max, so it's 11. I currently have 11 power used. I gained some more materials while I was doing the off-stream stuff. So it's 11 out of 73. It's 3 defense out of 69. It's 8 mind out of 52. It's 9 evade out of 28. And 2 luck out of 28. There we go. Okay. They just kind of stopped there. Didn't even do the charge. I didn't do anything to make it stop it. It just stopped. You have to say, I wonder if them going with the term Altered Beast is literally just because that's the name of a Sega game. They could have gone with like, oh, Mutated or Mutant or whatnot, and they went with Altered Beast. They went with Rise from Your Grave. Encounter a dolphin enemy and it's just named Echo. When in Japanese it was just dolphin. I will say, I do wonder about the evil sharks here, because, like, just in terms of, like, evil sharks being a variant of the Booma. So it's gonna be a while before we get there, but the evil sharks, for some reason, just become a normal enemy for, like, not even a crossover enemy for Phantasy Star Universe stuff. They are, like, the first enemy you encounter in Phantasy Star Portable 2. And I wonder why specifically the evil sharks as the Booma variant. I know that Boomas also appear in PSU, but that's under like specific throwback levels that are like, oh, this is a VR simulation of something from another dimension. Because with Ambition of the Illuminous' release, they would do periodic Phantasy Star Online events, where it'd be like, hey, another dimension is, like, another dimension's VR simulator stuff is crossing over here. And you could get, you know, costumes, like the Humar costume and whatnot, in a bunch of different colors. You could basically just cosplay as a PSO character. I think, like, you also could get some of the weapon designs from PSO. The ones that weren't already in Universe. Man. I've mentioned it before, but even though Universe is a notably worse game, I actually legitimately am, like, super excited to get to it. I think I mentioned it on stream, but, like, I actually will be streaming Universe through the PS2 version on PCSX2 instead of the PC version. Because the PC version's abandonware, and it would be with the Japanese dub in that case, so it'd be with a notably better dub. And it'd be in a version that runs at 60 FPS and runs, like, in a higher resolution, too. The big thing, though, being the 60 FPS. But the UI doesn't scale. Which is kind of the entire problem. So it'd be like, it'd be playing a game at, like, without just being unable to see, like, read the UI properly. It wouldn't matter much, but it's just one of those things that just slightly gets to me. Enough that I'm willing to put up with the lower frame rate of the PS2 version. And also, the bigger reason why is because of Ambition of the Illuminous' PS2 release added a bunch of the online quests, like, as an offline thing. That you could do, like, a bunch of the online story offline. Because they had to justify making a new disc that, like, for the PS2 release. Because they can't just do DLC releases on that. Because the way it was released, the way Ambition of the Illuminous was released for PC was an expansion disc, which is, you know, it's how PC games work. You get the expansion, you install it as if it, like, you can install it standalone. But ultimately, on the PC version, it would still be online only. And you were kind of opting into that. Because ostensibly, on a PC, you can kind of guarantee an online only experience. like, for that sort of thing. You can much more reasonably expect that the people buying it will be willing to play an online-only thing, that they don't need an offline component. And then for the 360 release, it was just a DLC download. You just go to the XBL store and just buy it. And just download it, like, to your game. But for the PS2 release, they obviously couldn't do just, hey, they couldn't do DLC. And for the PS2, it is very unlikely that you can convince somebody, hey, this is an online-only thing. It is a much harder sell. So for the PS2 release, they decided, hey, let's also just add an offline component to this disc. And the offline component is just, like, a single-player, like, basically being able to play the single-player story missions from the online, like, episode 1 offline. So hey, that's also like probably how any private servers would be able to recreate that stuff, is they'd be able to at least cite the PS2 release. But yeah, and then of course, yeah, in terms of other Phantasy Star Universe stuff, though, there's going to be a lot of Phantasy Star Universe stuff. Phantasy Star Universe is a sordid tale of Sega making a big mistake and then trying their hardest to tell people, no, we're fixing it, we're sorry, we fucked it, but we're fixing it. There's a lot of problems that were around Phantasy Star Universe's original release that, like, if you were to play on the private server that is there now, the private server, first of all, goes with, like, the final state of the game from the Japanese servers, which had a lot more updates than the American servers even got to. Oh, hey, another level. God, the tiny level up text over our head. But yeah, the Japanese servers had a lot more updates and whatnot than even the American servers got to. A lot more little things that make the game a much better experience to play. It's also post-Ambition of the Illuminous release, which featured a shitload of rebalancing and tons of stuff. And then alongside that, like, the private server also does its own little bits of rebalancing to make things, like, play better as well. And it's like, there's so much going on that, like, it's actually a pretty fun experience on the private server. It's, like, genuinely a pretty fun game. Which, if you hear Phantasy Star Universe released and was fucking garbage, and it was, like, a legitimate black mark on the franchise for a while, and you play on that private server, you'll have no idea what people were talking about. You'll have zero idea of the reason why that game kind of killed off Phantasy Star as a franchise in North America. You will have absolutely no idea why. If you play that and your only other experience with Phantasy Star Universe was Portable 2 as well, you're like, how the hell did this kill things off? Especially because Portable 2 is legitimate, a fantastic game. Portable 2 was why I got a PSP, and I never regretted it 1 second. Portable 2 is my favorite game in the Phantasy Star franchise. But yeah, but yeah, like I said though, if you play anything for like PSU post Ambition of the Illuminous, you will not get why this game hurt the franchise as bad as it did. Why Sega for so long was stuck in, we're fixing it, we're sorry state. And I hope that at the very least playing the offline story starring world's blandest hero, Ethan Weber, I'll be able to get across all of the problems PSU launched with. I won't be able to get across everything. There's going to be a lot of stuff that I'm just going to have to say and just going to have to talk about, that how they handled things for the online component, stuff like that. But yeah, there was a lot of problems with PSU when it launched. And it took till Ambition of the Illuminous for them to really actually like make it into something resembling a good game. And then, but yeah, like I said, we're going to be stuck in the Phantasy Star universe hole for a while, which is okay once we get to Portable 2 Infinite. But it's going to be Phantasy Star Universe solo story, Phantasy Star Universe Ambition of the Illuminous Episode 1, however much is on there, on that PS2 disc. Then Phantasy Star Portable. Then we're going to take a break from Phantasy Star Universe and do Phantasy Star Zero, which is its own actually really neat thing. Phantasy Star Zero is the most this existed as an apology game there ever was. Like, Phantasy Star Zero, that is the best description I can give of it. It was an apology. It was fully made as a, we understand what made PSO good, please believe us. And as a result, Phantasy Star Zero is actually really good, and it's kind of what they used to further, like, Phantasy Star Portable 2 is built off of what Phantasy Star Zero did, basically. The things to talk about when doing the caves for, like, the 20th time. Well, I guess I'll talk about other Phantasy Star games. Wait, actually, in Black Paper, you can find him near the teleporter. Okay, so I already passed what I was supposed to do here. I was gonna complete the entire mission without like ever checking that guide, without thinking, oh right, there's a specific goal here. So, in a dark room near the exit to Caves 2. But yeah, like I was saying though, Phantasy Star Zero is basically the basis that they use to kind of like improve things for Phantasy Star Portable 2 even further. And Phantasy Star Zero, for being a DS game, focused on being a DS version of Phantasy Star Online, it's wild how good it is. Huh. So it's in a dark room with no items. Did I just miss him? This was a dark room, but it did have enemies in it. Right? Hang on. I need to bring up another guide for this. Okay, I'll just have to search around for wherever Karik is. Because it just says that he's somewhere in here. The other guy I was looking at. But yeah, also, the streams I'll be doing of Phantasy Star Universe. It's the unfortunate thing of taking a break from Phantasy Star Online, because this game is still good. But taking a break from Phantasy Star Online to play offline Phantasy Star Universe, not even like the private servers that... Oh, there he is. Okay, so he still displays on the map this far away. Yeah, playing not even like a private server that has improved and fixed things. Like, for the multiplayer. No, I'll be playing the single player story as Ethan Weber. Here we go. Hey there, Karik. Still crazy? Even more crazy. Good to see. So yeah, he's kind of losing it even more over the course of this. Ow. And yeah, kind of something weird is happening to him. This isn't just, oh, he's a crazy person, he's a crazy robot in the first place who loves fighting. This is, something is messing with him, and that it's causing him to do this, causing him to lose it. Come on. Thank you. But yeah, like I was saying though, with Phantasy Star Universe, it'll be a fun thing because it'll be like also this large break between like Phantasy Star Online and it's just like, kind of like almost getting across, I see. This is what Phantasy Star Online fans felt. And the ones with DSs at least had a reprieve. And then you get to Phantasy Star Online 2 finally coming out, and it's not the same thing, but it's really fun, at least. Called the sequel. Doesn't really capture the same tone or mood or style of the game, but it's really fun in its own way, at least. It's gonna be fun, by the way, going from like Portable 1 to Portable 2, because Portable 2 has so many like, Portable 2 is a very beloved game by the people who've played it. So there's a reason why people have modded the hell out of that, like specifically to make it look good, to make it run at 60 FPS, to give it a right analog control, like right analog camera stuff, to give it. Time to head back, sell some stuff. Yeah, to give it better textures, better UI, like better UI quality for the higher resolution you're displaying it at. No, excuse me. But yeah, there's a reason why that has a dedicated fan base to it, because it is full on like, might as well be the like additional expansion pack for Phantasy Star Universe. But how much it builds upon it and changes from that. It's the actual most unfortunate thing about Portable 2 is the fact that they didn't just release it on PC as if it were the new version of Phantasy Star Universe. That you play Phantasy Star Universe and it's like, this is legitimately just like a less developed version of a PSP game now. Well, I should check what level armor I had in my inventory. The absorb armor was level 47, and it was 4-slot, right? And yeah, as I was saying with the Akiko's frying pan, my DB Saber is now a full 10 ATP higher. It's got 3 more ATA, so it's even slightly more accurate too. It started with the same attack power, but more ATA. And then Flow and Sword, I'm approaching being able to hold it. That thing though has, man, that is unfortunate that it has no attributes on it. It'll at least have stats as a beat stick, I guess. It'll tide me over until I find something that has better attributes. Yeah, I'm saying all this stuff as well as if, like, there's not the possibility that I might also just decide to go back and do the Genesis games and see what those were about. Though I did load up the original Genesis version of Phantasy Star 2, and it's like, man, this music hurts my ears. I'm a fan of the Genesis sound chip, mainly because I'm a fan of, like, PC Engine. I'm a fan of FN Synth, and it's like, ooh boy. This is a Genesis of Hell game, and I don't mean that in a complimentary way. Yeah, all that's left right now for this, by the way, is just finish this and then go on to the next mission. We just were here to witness Karik going crazy, and we just need to finish this mission to lock it in. But yeah, with Phantasy Star 2, though, yeah, it was weird to play it and be like, this is Genesis in a bad way. This feels like it's barely a Genesis game, too. This feels like it is on the level of more on the level of a NES Dragon Quest, but with more colors. And then there's, I'd probably be playing that with the PS2 Director's Cut, or whatever it was called. The version of the game that adds a bunch more, looks nicer, and admittedly changes a bunch of how it plays. That also more recently got a fan translation, because, admittedly, holy shit, it adds a lot, actually. And it's unfortunate they never made one of those for Phantasy Star 4. But at least Phantasy Star 4, from what I understand, is like, that is one of the best games on the Genesis. It looks really good. It takes good advantage of the hardware. It's kind of like how, so with like, thinking about it, like Final Fantasy, you go from Final Fantasy 3 to 4, and 4 still, in a lot of ways, looks like an NES Final Fantasy, but with more colors. But at the same time, it's still doing a lot more thanks to the hardware. It's still trying to, like, push a lot of, like, visual aspects of it a lot further than what the NES could do. And even if its sprite style still is very close to the NES games, it's still, you can still tell this is very much not possible on the NES. But with Phantasy Star 2, it kind of feels similar to that. Like, this is still kind of built fundamentally from a mindset of a Mega Drive game. But it also, like, it still doesn't look too much better than just a Mega Drive game, and it still has a lot of similar limits to as if it was just a Mega Drive game. Wait, not Mega Drive, Master System. The fact that it's the Mega Drive everywhere else and the Genesis here is actually like the source of why Master System and Mega Drive tricked me up. Also, I will say, from playing the PS2 version of, well, PS2. Fortunate branding there. PS2 on the PS2. It is... Holy shit, that game is anime as hell. And then playing the Genesis version of it, like, for comparison, to be like, oh, it being anime as hell for, like, the cut-in art, that's accurate. It's just a different, more modern, like, of the time style, and that's the only difference there. These designs actually look pretty different from the original. Also, that's just because it's modern style instead of, like, the late 80s style that the original release had. I say all this while tiptoeing around the fact that I'd obviously, if I were to play the classic Phantasy Stars, I would have to play Phantasy Star 1, which is just an old school dungeon crawler on the Master System. Did I not hit that? I forgot to hit that, didn't I? And also, technically, I would have to do that. Well, I'd probably have to do that on the PS2 version, which I don't know if that has a translation patch. I would at least, because there's bonuses and extra story content for the PS2 version of PS2 if you have a PS1 save file on your memory card. Like a completed save file from PS1. And then technically that new story content's also New Game Plus only. Like, there's a part of me that's like, I actually don't... If I were to do PS2 on stream, I don't think I'd care enough about representing the original experience, the original story. I think I'd just rather skip to the new stuff entirely, because I like the new stuff more. I think it's more interesting. Just personally for me. So yeah, it's just... look into a way of like, hey, does anybody have a save file prepped to just go straight into that new stuff? I don't really care to play the game twice. Play the game twice and also have played the previous game. Also, the other actual biggest thing about playing Phantasy Star 1. Well, actually, now that I say that, I realize, right, they did that Sega Ages release of Phantasy Star 1 on the Switch. I don't think they ever brought it over, though. Which, I mean, I could check right now as I'm doing this, because, once again, I'm talking about random other Phantasy Star stuff because this is content we've already done before. Just load up my Switch on my other screen and go into the eShop and type Phantasy Star. See what pops up. It's weird that that's like the Sega Ages stuff. Might be one of the only times that Sega hasn't gone full bar ahead with releasing all their Genesis and older games on every platform 20 times over. Ah, good. I type in PHA and it auto-completes to... Okay, the Phantasy Star Sega Ages release was brought over in English. Like, $9 Canadian. The reason why I bring this up is because the original Master System release is fucking rough to play. Because it's a Master System old-school-ass dungeon crawler, like in the vein of Wizardry. As opposed to how Phantasy Star, after, like, Phantasy Star 2 and onwards, is more in the vein of Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy. A bit more Dragon Quest-y. Bit more Dragon Quest-y, though aiming for a more manga-style presentation. Manga-anime-style presentation, basically. Also, I'm getting texts as well. My brother letting me know about his hockey game being in it like an hour. Because I'm supposed to meet up with him because he's supposed to drop something off for me, and he's at a hockey rink that's like right next to where I live, so I have to message him in a second just saying like, hey, currently busy, can you drop it off after? I cannot currently walk to the rink. Alright, for this quest I have to go all the way to Cave 3. I don't know why I forgot that. Okay, good. Yeah, as I was saying about Phantasy Star 1, yeah, it's real rough to go back to the original, like, Master System version of it, because of how just everything about the game was, you know, without any quality of life stuff. It didn't have a map in-game, period. And there was a ton of little things that were, like, from what I recall, even, like, less quality of life than Wizardry at the time had. So it's a super rough game to try and play in the original format. But the Sega Ages release is basically both an emulated version of that also adds a bunch of additional features, additional modern quality of life features on top of it. Like, just onto the side, just not really interacting with the game itself, just here is information, like, here is the map. There's a map added on as an additional screen to the side, basically. So admittedly, if I were to ever play Phantasy Star 1, what I understand, that would be the release. But that's also Switch only. And also, as mentioned, there's also the, like, the PS2 version of Phantasy Star 1 that, you know, you're supposed to bring your save file over for the PS2 version of Phantasy Star 2. There's a reason why, like, I'm kind of like, I don't know, like, I want to play all the Phantasy Star franchise, starting from online. I have zero real nostalgia for any of the classic Phantasy Star games, even if I do think that they should try and make a new one. Make a new one in that style. It's a nice little throwback. Okay, here it is. And then it's the next room. Then after that, just gotta do From the Depths. I don't think I actually even need to complete From the Depths to get the reward. It's just in the middle of it. Come on, be hittable again. Gonna take a bit. There we go. And then, yeah, just walk into here and it's quest complete. Oh, hey, he's got a new special shield, too. The Del Saber shield. I don't know its actual name, I just can recognize that it's a Del Saber shield hand. Oh. Why'd you tell me I've completed my quest? And now, to the end of the quest line. Person on hard. I did kind of just notice, by the way, that there is a booster rare drop rate, 25% boost. There's also an additional 1% for Humars. Yeah, from checking the guide. Yep, next is black paper. Oh, I actually do need to complete the quest. It is after you complete the quest. Because from checking, it's play the quest with Ash. Once you leave the quest, head back to Ruins 2. And then that's where the additional bits will be. But with the levels and weapons that I have, one-player Ruins should be fine. Also, we're talking about, like, the real challenge of playing the classic Phantasy Stars. The ultimate actual challenge of playing the classic Phantasy Stars is Phantasy Star 3. Because, from what I understand, that game is pretty god-awful, and I think I remember hearing it's also pretty damn long. It's very long, very boring, and just yeah, it's everything you don't want an RPG of that era to be. And alongside that, from what I could tell, it's also pretty poorly documented too, because people don't like it. Alright, I should just refoy them. Also, I will say the other little thing about playing Classic Phantasy Star is getting to witness the originally localized names. Hero Phantasy Star 2, Ralph. Well. Ow. Okay, right. I have to get hit by this thing because that's what starts the cutscene. I think I have to get hit by this thing. It might just be coincidence that it stops me for the cutscene and then the thing falls on top of me. But the fact that there's two of them placed side by side makes me think that, like, you're supposed to be hit by at least one of them. But yeah, reminder that From the Depths is... basically just people going here and presumably Darkfall's, like, eating them. that presumably the whole idea is that they're not strong-willed enough to resist Darkfall's influence, and thus Darkfall's just kind of eats them. Ow. Right, and also for... I mean, this thing does have a 30% boost against dark enemies, but really, at this point, its base damage isn't high enough to actually, like, make up for it in comparison to the DB Saber's damage. Or even just the Railgun's damage. Hey, Palash. Tier 4 of the sword. Or the saber. It's kind of weird that they would go with red for the color of tier 4, considering that red is a specific descriptor for a bunch of rare items. You know, get the red sword. No, not the red sword, the red sword. The one that is named Red Sword. Not the sword that is colored red. Now, for everything I was just saying, it's now time to rely on this. Because the multi-target aspect of it is extremely needed. Oh, not that. There we go. I believe Edge is, yeah, it's the tier 4 of the daggers. Edge is also a Canadian wrestler. A Canadian wrestler who, at one point in time, before being Edge, also wrestled under the name Saxton Saxton Hardcastle. Or was it Sexton Hardcastle? It might have been more explicit. So, mine material. Brings me to 9 out of 52. And of course, there was a free healing station here. Oh. Entirely an aside. Yeah, they just kind of vanish in smoke. Like I said, kind of meant to be implied that, like, Darkfalls just kind of ate them in that moment. Darkfalls is possessing them, like, starting to take over their minds. And then, yeah, they just kind of vanish. No, not you. No, not... Well... So from what I understand, with magic damage being able to go through the Dark and Death Gunner's immunities, like invincible state, that does mean that if you have a special attack that is just this hits for an element, I think I remember reading that that does mean that that special attack also ignores that invincible state. I think. Come on, turn around. There we go. It's been so long. It's been so long since I've been in the ruins. I really love this theme. Oh, wrong button. So, from what I recall, from way back when, in my youth, when I played this, I remember going for this weapon, for this specific side quest, pretty underleveled. I remember having to do this place and basically, like, struggling for every room. But just, like, once I finally got to, from the depths here, like, the final part of the mission, final part of the subquest line. The side quest line. I remember, like, taking a very long time to do this. Just because, like I said, I remember being particularly very underleveled. That, in fact, like, this was me getting my very first rare at the time. Just hop into hard mode, immediately do this. So I do have a bit of a lingering memory of, like, this specific mission on hard being extremely difficult. But given how I'm going through it right now, that's, like I said, that's just a lingering memory from that time. Oh. Wait, why am I taking? Why am I depositing? Why did I stop here in the first... Right, I was going to take, so because I wanted to see level 47, right. I wanted to remind myself that it was level 47 that I'm switching out for the absorb armor. Beam, I believe, is just the tier 4 rifle. There we go. I wonder if I can just walk past her and just ignore this. Get the enemies to spawn in anyways. Nah. Yeah, the implication here is becoming increasingly possessed. Like, Dark Pulse is increasingly trying harder and harder to possess her. I'm just... God, there's a lot... Kind of trying to see if I can do this without... like, without killing her. Well, not killing her, but knocking her out. She did at least draw aggro, which was surprising. Because, like, she wasn't attacking any of them or even able to hit any of them, but they were all just targeting her. Kind of just a neat look at how, like, hostile NPCs are still viewed by the enemy AI. No. Come on. Of course I'd miss. I gotta say, the claws weaving up and down, making them, like, lose targeting sometimes is... It's certainly a thing that they do. There we go. Had to target every box in the room first. Not breaker. Okay, good. Positioned perfectly for this. Yep, she's gone now. I will say, given that we work with Ash over the course of this mission, it is kind of, like, neat that it states that, like, hey, that, like, wimpy guy we encountered in the very first mission who is, like, generic, humor and whatnot. Yeah, he actually does have a strong enough will to resist Darkfall's call. The guy who, like, what was it? Like, he ran into some boomas and decided, I gotta play dead. I ain't surviving this. Ow. Oh, there we go. Froze all the ones immediately in front of me, too. Me getting a couple good hits. Ow. Oh, free scape doll. Okay, I'll just head back again. I actually think I should be bringing up a guide for in the depth specific, from the depth specifically, just so I can make sure that I know where to go for Ruins 3. Take as little time as I can. Oh, this polish is actually pretty good. I say it and then just get rid of it. Just zero emotions. A hold beam. So I will mention, eventually, I will be needing a lot of dark resistance. As the game goes on, eventually, you need a lot of dark resistance. And I believe... Like, I forget the exact, but there are outright hard amounts that you need to hit. Because, well, enemies on Ultimate will start to cast Megid. And you need to have enough resistance to avoid the instant death that causes. There are some enemies on Ultimate that are flat out like, oh yeah, you cannot resist this. There is no normal way to reach this level of resistance without hacking. So the only way to avoid this, specific enemy casting Megid on you and potentially instant killing you is to kill it faster than it can do that. That is the only hope you have. But yeah, for a lot of there are a bunch of instances where it's like, yeah, you outright need to hit this specific minimum of dark resistance to make sure that you do not instantly die to these enemies casting Megid. Anything more is overkill, because anything more is like, you're aiming for enemies that you cannot reasonably resist their instant kills. So basically, you're aiming for a soft cap. And then nothing more beyond that soft cap. I believe it's handled either in a single shield. Pretty much all of it is handled in a single shield or a single single unit, I think. I remember seeing something like that in an equipment guide for like endgame stuff for what you're aiming for, and it being like, this one unit will cover pretty much everything you need for resisting specific enemies casting Megid. Endgame PSO is genuinely really neat, though, in a lot of ways, because there's a lot of stuff that's like, okay, for this specific boss fight, this weapon is notably good because it gets past this sort of thing. Okay, it's sitting at the exact edge of the room where I am too close to being outside of the room to hit it. Like, I remember seeing specific weapons as like, well, this one technically isn't as good as this other weapon, but in these against these specific bosses, it can be used to ignore aspects of certain phases of them. I think I've mentioned it, but that Dark Falls on hard mode and above gets an additional phase, which, yeah, I've never actually done that phase. Like, I've been at an appropriate level where I can with equipment that I could, like, way in the past, but just never did it. Just sat there with the knowledge I could do this. If I so choose, I could. Never did. So it is going to be something that I do on stream, eventually. Oh, hey. So Ash here has upgraded the Devil Saber he's using. Wait, I need to heal him. I just realized if he dies, that's the end of the mission. Which is actually outputting really good damage too, so it's like I can sit back and let him do it. And just focus on being the healer for him. So I know that the specific double saber that he's using isn't the one that is... God, that is such a front-on view of it. I've never seen a double saber exactly that from the front before. But no, it's... Give me a second. Yeah, that is the... Wait. Okay, I'm just looking at some little things of... Looking at some little things for, like, what weapon he is specifically using. And then I got distracted by seeing the name of a weapon. Okay. He's using the Twin brand, which, okay, yeah, that's a pretty straightforward name. It's two brands stapled together. So, yeah. There's the red version of it, which is arguably not as good. Ow. Rude. Yeah, the red version of it, which is arguably not as good, is called Stag Cutlery. Oh, hey. Like, the only reason why I remember that is just because the name is so fucking weird. Just, yeah, what's this one? Stag Cutlery. Well, let's figure out what just dropped, actually. Brave Knuckle. Wow. It actually does have... It's okay in terms of its attributes. It's decidedly just okay in the sense that it has them, but let me just... It's... What is the name of it? Brave Knuckle. Let's just... Huh. So... That's actually, against Chaos Bringers, that's 1 out of 75.3 chance. That's actually decidedly decent from looking at it. Well, let's equip it now, because it's actually got pretty solid attack to it. I mean, it will be using the unarmed, animation set. But yeah, that's actually really solid attack behind it. It also... God, look at that, 800 damage, and I just barely reached the ATP required for it. Notable thing, it has a 5% increase in attack speed. Its range is shit, because we are using the unarmed moveset, but it's very fast. Well, it's slightly faster than normal. Okay, so here's where I need the map. So start from, and then we're going to want to go, yeah, we're going to want to hook over to here. Admittedly, from what I recall, the big thing that tripped me up and made this take so long when I originally did it was the fact that I got messed up and didn't realize that it ended when it did. Holy shit, that's damage. Like, I don't like it because of the... It's got such shit range, but, like, at the same time... Haha, look at the damage. Number go up. I think I am approaching a moment, though, where, like, I need to change my palette completely. Start thinking about, like... basically, placing my dye mate onto my sub palette, and then a saucer. Placing a dye mate onto my sub palette, and then placing a special attack onto the main one. Figuring out which spell I could do without on my sub palette. Admittedly, all three are pretty useful. Zonda for allowing me to quick turn. Rabarda allowing me to run away, and Rafoy for being just the ultimate AoE. But I am starting to run into a thing where, like, I'm starting to get rares, which means I'm starting to run into rares that have special attacks associated with them. So it is that whole thing of, like, well... Okay, just making sure. Hey, Claymore. Claymore is Tier 4 sword. So let's just see what this has on it. Altered Beasts. So, on this Polish does 35% boosted damage against Dark as well. And it has, like, well, it's not comparable to the ATP that the DB Saber has, but you know, we're gonna go with the Brave Knuckle for single target damage. The Claymore may not have, well, actually, I think the Breaker, yeah. Breaker only does barely less damage than the Claymore. Just because its stats are that much lower that the 30% only barely makes up for it. Saucer, by the way, is the fourth tier of the Slicer. Let's see how much. That was 163, 169, so it's in the 160 range compared to DB Saber, which is 170 range. 150. Okay, 150 to 170. So it's about the same. So that's what that Palash's 30% boost equates to. I really should be using slicers more. Damn it. I agree. I look away from Ash's health for a second and he's dead. The actual struggle of the side quest. Keeping somebody else alive. Yeah, I actually should probably be using a slicer more. It's a multi-target ranged weapon, which is really good. But it's always like, I hate how it moves me forward. For the very least, I have ones that have, like, good stats behind them. And this saucer also is made for taking out dark enemies too. So this one is better for machines, but only by 10%, so. I also feel comfortable getting rid of that Palash because, as mentioned, it's The 30% boost only kind of makes up to the level that the DB Saber that I have does. But I can get rid of the breaker, and I probably should keep the railgun. It's more damage than the saucer by a notable amount, but the saucer is multi-target, but the railgun is a lot safer. Yeah. The amount of... Oh, I could get a draw polish +8 that has 5% against native enemies and 10% against dark enemies. A heart blade. Yeah, the shops are super all over the place now in terms of what they can offer. It's like still kind of worth checking them out entirely because of how all over the place they are. God, I have so honestly, compared to the DB Saber, I actually should check the Brave Knuckle. How much can it be grinded up to? It can get 30 grind. Oh man. There's a weapon called the Angry Fist. So yeah, the Brave Knuckle seems to be, honestly, let's compare that to the DB Saber, because it's... The fun thing is being able to look at this stuff and go like, the fact that the wiki actually has the hitbox information, sort of, on these. So I can see just how much longer range things are. Horizontal distance is about the same, vertical distance is the same, vertical angle is the same, horizontal angle is 30 degrees compared to DB Saber's 26 degrees. Though looking at it, DB Saber does have something that would actually make it better. If I can get DB's armor and DB's shield, then DB Saber will get a 50% weapon attack boost, a 50% frame defense boost, and a 50% shield evade boost. But for now, I guess the DB Saber is going into storage. Actually, I don't know if I have a favorite area in PSO. Like... I guess Forest, because it's so iconic, honestly, but like maybe Ruins? Because I just extremely love the music and tone of Ruins. Perfect opportunity to switch the slicer. Or the saucer. Saucer. Okay, another one. Let's compare what it's got. Oh, it's a flat upgrade in terms of attributes, but just has less plus marks, so that's whatever. Yeah, with, like, episode 1 areas, though, like, I will say, as much as, like, the only reason why I would dislike the caves is just because of how much time you end up spending in them. Because caves, for being the second area, is extremely long, and it feels like everything involving the caves, like, always has you go through all of it, but the waterfall section of the caves, like, in Caves 2, is actually really nice. A really nice part of it. Mine, just in general, it's short, but it's got really good music. But yeah, Ruins just is a super good tone change for everything. And then has really good music to it, too. Ruins just has a really nice intensity to everything. Whoa, wrong button. Need to just... With episode 2, I'd definitely say Seabed. Because admittedly, episode 2, the VR stuff is just kind of meh, and then you get to... The only real redeemable part of the VR stuff is just the music. And then you have Seabed, which is fantastic. Then admittedly, like, episode 4, all of it is kind of the same. It's one solid progression, very distinct, singular theming for all of it. Seabed, for me personally, is just... I absolutely love just the pure concept of, you know, the underwater, like, underwater laboratory kind of thing. Yeah, the central control area My only real issue with it is just like, that like the enemies can be, specifically the gibbons, really, just being weirdly hard to target. Though, yeah, the central control area, though, speaking of music, is just, like, probably the best battle track in the game. Well, for today, it's gonna be Episode 2 completion, like the government quest specifically. Admittedly, in general, I'm kind of aiming to just kind of clear the stories for each game, like, as in, like, I'll eventually revisit stuff on higher difficulties because, like, hey, Ultimate is really cool. But, like, for the most part, just gonna be focusing more on just getting through the story, like the government quest stuff and whatnot. It's kind of... I want to just go through, like, the Phantasy Star series from Phantasy Star Online onwards. Partially to get to Portable 2 Infinity. That's really the biggest end goal in general, is get to Portable 2 Infinity, because that still ranks up as my favorite Phantasy Star game. But yeah, with PSO though, it's a fun game to revisit from time to time anyways, so like, even outside of just trying to focus on stream like story content, it's just a fun game to play and just revisit from time to time. I will say, it's generally kind of wild looking back at PSO1 and being like, how much they got right, just kind of right out of the gate. How much they were doing for the first time. Like the team just very much making, like, one of the first online, like, console games and whatnot, and shifting Phantasy Star into being an action RPG, and how much they landed about that, in making just a game that just still kind of holds up, honestly. It's very old, but it still has a very distinct appeal to it. It's very much got that, like, Diablo 1, Diablo 2 kind of appeal, where it's like, this is one of the first of a genre as a whole, but it still got so much correct out of it. And then they released the initial version of Phantasy Star Universe, and immediately just stumbled, rolled down a hill, and spent most of their time just trying to, like, correct things. Which, hey, that correction did lead to Phantasy Star Portable 2. Okay, it'll be worth keeping at least one of those protect barriers. Right. There is almost a certain level of, like, it's almost kind of impressive how much Phantasy Star Universe's initial release screwed things up. I will say that. Give only 2 of the races a Photon Blast equivalent. So just distinctly, both Beast and Cass have a very distinct advantage over everything else, over humans and Newmans. Humans and Newmans don't really get that much to compensate either. Especially because, like, Beast especially just kind of get everything you want for physical attacks as well in that game. Right. It's not terrible, but at this point in time, it's just stat-wise not doing it. I'm gonna deposit the railgun for now. Almost every instance where I want to use a ranged weapon at this current point is gonna be pretty much just me using the saucer. At least free up a couple more spaces before I need to make a return trip and sell things. You know, originally I was thinking this was going to be a shorter stream because there's not much to do to finish up episode 2. But then Ash had to die and make me do this quest again. I usually aim for like 8:30 MST. In terms of stream length, that's, who knows, like 3.5 to 5 hours. In my case, personally, like, part of the reason why I ended up going for so long is just I have a couch set up at my computer and I just get comfy, and that's really it. I can sit down on a couch for hours. Okay, now back to babysitting Ash. Making sure he does not die. If he didn't get immediately paralyzed, he's actually pretty big help. Like, for an NPC helper, he does a lot of damage and he's generally pretty aggressive. That aggression also means that he'll run into a group and get destroyed by everyone, but... Unfortunately, it seems that when paralyzed, he's just gonna stand there in attack range, but be unable to do anything. Well, do I have to remove this then? Seems like a good opportunity to head back. I'll move the slot. How long I have to hold on to this for? thank you for the follow, by the way. So this is from the Depths, which is like naturally supposed to be like the last side quest in the game. It's you know, locating people that have gone missing in the ruins, and then kind of discovering that, yeah, Dark Falls has been eating them effectively. But the big reason why I'm doing this is because of it being the end of like a sub route, where depending on your answers in previous quests, oh wait, not this way. Depending on your answers in previous quests, you're put onto a specific route, and then you do specific things in other sub-quests that means that after the end of this, I can go and find a specific NPC, fight him, and get his weapon. It's a pretty decent, rare weapon for, like, the time that you can get it. It is extremely something that you need a guide to be able to do, though. Oh. They are not going to make a free rare weapon that easy. Oh, right. He's just gonna sit there forever and run up to a thing. Let it attack him. It's just the sub-route stuff, which admittedly, like, it's especially, like, you need a guide to do it because you need to do some quests out of order. You need to hold off on doing some. So it's very much like, you need a guide to do this. Also, you're probably only going to be able to do it, like, you're going to find out about its existence, and then have to do it on hard mode. Or very hard, depending on how much you progress this stuff. Because it's stuff like technically the start of the, like, sub-route is in a quest in the mines, and then you have to, like, after doing a couple quests in the mines, and, like, doing specific answers for those, you then also have to go back to some quests for the caves. And you're locked in once you do this stuff on a difficulty. It's like, I don't know if there's a way of ever clearing your choices. Because technically, one of the routes extends into Episode 2's subquest too. They very much wanted to hide some things. Which, admittedly, considering the style of game, is kind of understandable. The whole, like, this is an online thing, this is like a multiplayer experience, and like the end game ultimately is about like Diablo style, like going through successively hard difficulties and getting better and better equipment. So there is a level of like just inherent like the way people talk with each other and communicate about things. Technically, the actual best thing to do for the specific weapon that I'm getting is to, like, the optimal way is to go in on normal, knowing the exact route you're supposed to do things in the first place. Because I believe the weapon that you get from it only changes like on, it's either very hard or ultimate, that you get an upgraded version of it. And it has particularly low stat requirements to use it in the first place as well. But it's just one of those things that, like, if you do, like, the quest progression normally, then you will instantly lock yourself out of it, basically. Just gonna have to pull up a map just quickly for the route to take. Because, like, the thing with quests is that once you complete it, once you complete the quest, it kind of, like, up until you've done every quest on that difficulty, it locks it in as you finished this. And you can only repeat it once you've done everything on that difficulty. And then, like, but also, that also doesn't carry over, like, between difficulties, so essentially, if I want to get, like, the rewards for doing, oh shit, the rewards for, like, doing a quest on hard, I don't necessarily need to, basically, if I just want to repeat a quest once per difficulty, I don't need to do everything on it. Yeah. I'm going for the Soul Eater, which is a particularly solid, or at least for when you first get it, artisan. It is the weapon that the NPC Kirik uses, and yeah, you can get it pretty early if you do know the routing for it. And just it has an HP absorb on its special attack. It's generally pretty solid for a good amount of time. Even forces can equip it too. Low stat requirements to use it. So, right. Take this teleporter, and then there's an upgraded version of it called the Soul Banish, which is basically it, but, like, much, like, later game. I think that one actually can't be used by forces, though. Oh. There's very few, actually. There is the one that you get from the sort of weapons sub-quest line, which... that one basically does require you to do it, like, with the ability to repeat quests unlocked. But that's just a goofy frying pan that you get for that. For how easily you can get it, it's actually pretty decent, but... it's basically that, the Soul Eater, and the Soul Banish, I think. And there, with that done, that signals that the quest is now technically complete, so... that means I now have to go back to Ruins 2. Want to refresh my usables. Okay, I might need to set this into, like, actual quest complete status. I'll be able to check anyways, once I'm in. It seems like... I don't know if that's the two NPCs that were there originally. They just, for some reason, didn't vanish. Whoop. Yeah, I might need to go back and report it. That way it is actually in quest complete state. Oh, here we go. Never mind. At this point, Kurika is completely taken over by Dark Falls. Seemingly might have killed Ash? Ash might just be unconscious? Does answer what Ash went off to look for, though. Waiting out the invincibility. There. There we go. And got the Soul Eater from him. Good thing I also made sure to empty my inventory before doing this, because if I didn't have a slot open... Okay, so the Brave Knuckle that I have is notably a lot stronger than the Soul Eater, but if I did get this as early as normal, this would have stuck with me for a very long time. Okay, so Ash is okay. It is worth mentioning, this specific route for this, for the story is actually considered non-canon, because in episode 4, Karik does pop up again. Not possessed by Dark Falls, not gone completely crazy. Oh wait, that's what it is. Wait. When it says drains HP for a powerful strike, does that mean of me or of the enemy? Because sometimes translation stuff can be wonky. Let's just go to quickly test this. Because I could have sworn that it was an HP drain that it had. I could have been correct, but in the opposite direction. But wait, there's some claws that spawned right near the start. And yeah, it's just steadily draining my health as I hold it. I believe there is an amount of HP restorates that you can equip that will completely offset its drain, though. Oh, and there's some rooms that I haven't been in, so those will have enemies in them. Okay, so yeah, it's an extra strong attack that costs HP to use. Of course, being a special attack that has very low accuracy, but just that 200. Compared to a heavy attack here. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, the special attack from the Soul Eater actually, it drains a lot of your health, but it is a massive boost to damage. Unfortunately, I did just get a rare weapon that is pretty notably strong, though. So I don't need to spend my health for that. I say unfortunately, but yeah, with episode 4 is a lot of its side quests are admittedly like kind of wrapping up stuff from some of the other characters. Because it was released so long after the rest of the game was. It's also titled Episode 4 because Episode 3 exists, and that was a card game. Wait, I probably want to deposit the Refoy as well, because it's going to be a bit. And the Protect Barrier. But yeah, episode 3 being a card game that is set like 20 some odd years after the events of episode 2. And then you have episode 4, which is just set like a couple months after episode 2. Because admittedly, if we try and place this after episode 3, well, that would suddenly mean that a lot of the concepts for how the game works wouldn't. But anyways, finally, I'm gonna finish the government quests for episode 2, now that the Soul Eater stuff is out of the way. Which, unfortunately, on the server has to be done in multiplayer mode. Yeah, the other story little thing about the Creek subplot is that if you do follow it through all the way, it kind of is a statement that, yeah, casts can be infected by D-cells and possessed by Dark Falls. Dark Falls is capable of infecting machines, too. In the same ways as just normal people. If it has sentience, Dark Falls can take over it. Admittedly, I've also never really put much time into episode 4. It's a strange thing, like, it's a much smaller thing in general. Its structure is also a bit different. Like, it's more comparable to the central control area. And then you get to the fact that, like, I believe it has, like, 3 variants on its final boss. I know that it has the normal final boss and then a rare version of that. I think I remember seeing that there was a 3rd. Well, finally, time to tackle the seabed. It shouldn't take too long, just because, unlike every other government quest here, in episode 2, there's only 3 of these for the seabed. Wait, lost track of what I was doing for a second. And yeah, the mines, what specifically happened was the head computer of the mines, Volopt, was essentially hacked by, well, becoming possessed by Dark Falls. It very quickly fell to it, and then, as a result, Volopt began to reprogram every robot there, and began to also construct itself a body. The other AI that was in the mines, Callus, was also getting hacked, but managed to hold on for quite a time until you were able to get there in side quest. Oh, there it is. We'll say the other unfortunate thing about... So, the unfortunate thing about episode 2 on normal is the fact that it is still kind of, like, meant to be a bit more of a natural progression in difficulty from episode 1 Ruins on normal. But then, like, so is Forest on hard. And Forest on hard inherently gives better drops because it's on hard. So I'm now back into, like, something that is ostensibly still, difficulty-wise, like, I'm not too far ahead of it. but I will be seeing zero good equipment from it. Yeah, just I get frozen and then I'm almost instantly killed by the Asinozoa. Which admittedly is also partially because this is on this is scale up for multiplayer. Oh, even when shocked, it can still spawn more Regons. Oh, thought I dealt with it. There we go. This is kind of like why I really like the seabed. For an Aryan PSO, it's really pretty. Yeah, in general, episode 2 is, like, in terms of difficulty, it is very much, this is after they figured out, like, how the game really works, from when they, like, implemented, ultimate difficulty. So even on the lower ends, it's still kind of designed with the mindset behind ultimate. Which, admittedly, the creation of Ultimate is kind of fun in how it was like, how do we nerf Rafoy and the Spread Needle? How do we destroy the Spread Needle just by making it difficulty? And the forward movement of the saucer making me whiff against the Rico box. Makes me feel like I should probably bring out the railgun again. I say railgun, but that always makes it sound way more impressive than it is. Just a pistol. Well, I'm about to get punched, I think. Oh, no. Oh, right, I'm supposed to use the reflections to be able to find them. Seabed is just really neat like that. Turned off the poison for that room. Good thing I went this way first. And one more. This is Government Quest 8-1. Well, 8-1. Because with Blue Burst, they introduced the government quests and whatnot. Trying to add a more guided way through the story of the game. Though admittedly, it's not the best way to get through the story of Phantasy Star Online. And also, it's... Oh. The big problem with the government quests is the fact that they have you go through a single area so many times over and over again. Though admittedly, the rewards that they give are usually pretty notable for the time that you would be completing them. It's unfortunate like that. Well, that kind of reveals what's been going on here. This place has been hit by everything going on with the D cells, even harder than Central Dome because of the experiments, which is why the robots are going crazy here. And also kind of a reveal that, yeah, this is basically Umbrella happening. Like the Resident Evil series Umbrella Corporation going on, trying to make bioweapons. The government quests, the big thing is just that, like, they take you through, like, so, like, as a basic example, you have to do the VR temple, like, the government quest for the VR temple 5 times before you can go to the government quest for the VR spaceship, which you have to do 5 times, as opposed to just a single run of those areas. So it's pretty repetitive. A lot of runs through a single area when you could have just done, you know, a single full run. Because the final government quest for each area is also a single full run, as if you were doing it normally. But at the same time, like I said, it's that whole thing of like, well, it's trying to be a more guided story experience, and also the rewards for completing a section of them is like, well, here's a weapon that's actually kind of better than anything you can find at the current moment. I know that, like, on hard, very hard, and ultimate, they start to give you guaranteed rares. Oh yeah, with the Resident Evil 4 remake? Yeah, most definitely. Resident Evil 4 is... everything they've shown from it just recently is... they get it. They get exactly what, like, what makes Resident Evil 4 special, and how to make kind of something that stands on its own from that, and isn't just kind of retreading the same ground. While also still, like, getting that, like, yeah, Resident Evil 4 was a goofy game. So this is them making a serious take on things, but still allowing for some of that, like, goofiness to come through in, like, gameplay. And also, like, this is the team that did the Resident Evil 2 remake, so, I mean, they made one of the greatest horror games ever with that. Their ability to understand what made the original special and build on that for a modern context is already, like, kind of proven to be incredible. It's hard to say if they'll keep any of the, like, one-liners, because story-wise, they have denoted that they are going for distinctly more serious tone, in line with the Resident Evil 2 remakes. But, like, at the same time as I say that, like, towards the end of the Resident Evil 2 remake, you could start to see Leon start to become more of an action hero in his dialogue. Being, like, an intentional bit of character growth where, like, for most of the game, he was scared shitless, and at the end of the game, he was just tired. Just exhausted with everything. Seeing the final, like, Birkin form just trying to take over the train, and just all he is, just instead of any horror in that moment, he's just exhausted. Like, come on, seriously, another form? It's really fun how they had that little character arc over the course of it. Like I said, the team that did the Resident Evil 2 remake is just... they've proven that they really get what made the original special, how to kind of recreate that in a more serious and more modern context. And I'm really excited to see what they do with Resident Evil 4, because they very much are also of the mindset that, like, Resident Evil 4 still holds up. It's still a good game. It's still a very fun and good game. Oh. Oh. That's an unintentional escape doll. Yeah, they are very much making this as this is an additional take on what Resident Evil 2, well, what Resident Evil 4 was doing, and it's not meant to replace it. Just like the Resident Evil 2 remake, really. Genuinely, it was a wild experience as somebody who never played Resident Evil 2 originally. Like, after playing the remake, going back and, like, watching, like, complete LPs of the original and, like, seeing, oh wow, they changed a whole ton. Okay, it's just immune to electricity. the current state that Resident Evil is in is actually pretty nice to see, given, like, the way that the series kind of had its downturn with, like, where 5 was a fun co-op game, but it was such a downturn after 4. And then 6 was... Oh, 6 was a mess. 6 is a mess that I personally can derive enjoyment from, but... Oh man, it is a terrible game. And then 7, the way 7 turned things around, being an actually kind of modern relevant horror game that kind of reinvented a lot of what people could see in the genre and whatnot. And then the 2 remake happened and whatnot. I will say, Resident Evil 0, not that good of a game. It is... Unfortunately, kind of shows that it was pretty hastily... it was pretty hastily thrown together as a, like, out of the assets that they had from the Resident Evil 1 remake. As just kind of a way to just kind of fill a release schedule. And, like, get more money out of the development from the 1 remake. Which, admittedly, the 1 remake is fantastic. Oh. Thinking I need to head back and refresh my usables. Admittedly, the build that I have right now is kind of not real. It's just me going with the fact that I know that I want to get, I want to just raise dex and power, being a Humar, so. But it's kind of the whole thing of like, I already can't go for the optimal build, just because by the time that I looked up what the optimal build was, I had too much invested in defense anyways. So just kind of aiming in that general direction up until I get another mag that I can actually optimize. Oh, right. Yep. like... Yeah, like, technically for the optimal mag for a Humar, it's... You don't want to ever upgrade defense beyond its start. And then everything else is like... I think it's get... Let me just quickly pull it up. It's... Yeah, it's get dex to 48 and get strength to 147. But that's with the V101 unit. Oh, right. I also opened that so I could feed it, not just so I could cite what it was currently at. Also, whenever I do end up getting like an additional mag to like start like properly like optimizing with, I will like also need to look up some like proper feeding guides for what Evo routes to take, basically, if there's any real options there. And this is just the initial... Oh, this was the message I got earlier. Okay, this should be the portal to the final battle section for this government mission. This is also partially how the government quests do kind of stretch themselves out, even when they're just going through a single floor, is they will have like a combat section or two that is exceedingly long. Sega's handling of PSO in general is unfortunately not the greatest in terms of like, at the very least there's currently like, they care about PSO2 and maintaining that. It's like how they did PSO2 New Genesis, and you can still play PSO2 with the same character across both. But like, anything before PSO2 is just like almost abandonware level. Yeah, PSO2 is incredibly different. Like, PSO2, base PSO2 is like... That's more getting into like almost a character action game level of how combos work. And how combat works in general. I like it a lot, but it's incredibly different. And then New Genesis is completely its own thing, even separate from that as well. But like, my big wish is that they would ever do an HD remaster of Portable 2 Infinity. At the very least, Portable 2 Infinity is like, it got its fan translation done relatively recently, and it has a lot of modding for it that makes it like run really good on emulator, and that adds actually like quality of life to it. Like, oh, this was a PSP game originally, so it didn't have a second analog stick, but the emulator allows it to have a second analog stick, so here's a modification for it that gives it right analog camera control. Like, stuff like that. I just can't hit this thing. Admittedly, with the story stuff for Infinity, I have very little clue about, like, the episode 2 stuff that they added. All I know is that it just references PSO heavily. Because, admittedly, like, the fan translation was pretty recent. I'm already having a hard time hitting and doing damage. Now it debuffs me. It's not really that weak against electricity or ice. Come on. Yeah, fire is not great, but okay. For the Zella specifically, that's just ruining me. Oh, great. It barely did not die there. Yeah, of course, more spawned in. Ow. Well, at least there's no failure condition for this, so gotta go back and try again. Oh. Should refill on the amount of healing items I have. Don't have a telepipe placed. This time before heading into that encounter, I will make sure to place a telepipe. Now just the long walk back. So I actually don't know the reward for, like, so the reward for the government quests is only once you've completed all of, like, an area. So it'd be once I complete 8-3 that I get a reward for it. And admittedly, I don't know what that reward would be. I know that the reward for, like, the reward for the VR spaceship stuff was a railgun plus 15. And the reward for the central control area was a Burtis plus 20. Admittedly, with the rares that I've gotten, I doubt the reward's going to be anything notable, but I've already committed to doing basically all the government quests, so... Oh. Oh, that's why I had such a hard time hitting and doing damage. Oh, they have that effect where they can disarm you, right? I didn't notice because I was already using an unarmed attack, but... Okay, here's where I want to set that. There we go. That's an appropriate amount of damage. Now, every now and then when I'm hit, I have to regularly check to see if I'm actually wearing the knuckles. Okay. It's just a Zoa that hit. Right, there we go. They unequip. Yeah, it's the red ones unequip you. Right, even if it doesn't do good damage, I actually should be casting Zonda just to try and see if I can inflict shock. Also, apparently me doing this stun locked it for a bit. Oh, well. It would be the end of that encounter. with that, that's 8-1 completed. Very quickly, just gotta take a quick moment to the side. And I'm back. Just had to take a quick phone call. Yeah, to recap what was discovered, basically just further confirmation of what's been going on over the course of episode 1, that the Pioneer project itself was entirely kind of a sham. It was entirely made just for the sake of... Wait. Entirely made just for the sake of investigating Dark Falls and the B-cells from Dark Falls, seeing what they could use for them to make bioweapons and to make just weapons in general. Basically using... And then, by chance, it happened to be that the planet that that stuff was on was habitable, so they could make up the Pioneer Project and claim that they were heading there for the sake of... Claim that they were heading there for the sake of finding a new planet to live on. While in reality, what they were looking for was just a way to make better weapons. The claims of, you know, putting a stop to all the fighting that almost destroyed the home planet Coral was just a ruse, basically, for this group. And then, yeah, also the fact that very clearly in over their heads about everything, but, oh, don't worry, we'll get it under control. And everything's going to shit. And they can already tell that things are going to be getting only going to be happening the same way over in Central Dome, because this would have been before everything went down in Central Dome, that all this stuff was happening to the seabed in Gallival Island. And just, yeah, that... that the people here were actively, like, the heads of research and whatnot, were actively denying, like, the truth to come out about this and whatnot. Whoa. Wrong button. Actively making sure that... Oh, well, I guess I got rid of the telepipe that I laid. Making sure that, we're actively making sure that no distress signals were sent out to Pioneer 2 to say that, like, hey, don't come here. They very much wanted Pioneer 2 to arrive. Presumably, my guess would be that, from Dr. Osto, his case, he probably thought that everything would be under control once whatever his experiment involving Heathcliff Flowen was. And that they would essentially have created the ultimate bioweapon, and then he'll get then Pioneer 2 would arrive, and he'll get a ride back or whatnot, or that the bioweapon that he created would be good enough to, like, put a stop to whatever was going on here either. Basically extreme hubris. Especially considering that, like, the big event that happened in Central Dome was Dark Falls in an instant, just kind of evaporating everyone and eating them. Why am I even picking this stuff up? So it's kind of adding an additional layer to the whole dug too deep aspect of episode 1, which is they knew they dug too deep. They were excited that they dug too deep. Oh. Just kind of revealing that it wasn't just that they were heading to the ruins thinking they were found a new, like, source of photons, a new, like, sort of alternate photon thing. It was that they presumably knew that this alternate photon thing was very dangerous, and that whatever it originated from was a bad idea to go after. He translated all the warnings, basically, like, from the ancient ship that Dark Falls was sealed in, and basically just went, yeah, that's what we're here for. You say this stuff should be sealed away forever. We disagree. There we go. Oh no, this side is protected. There we go. To some extent, it is starting to sound like they essentially learned about, over the course of reading, like, presumably the translations from the ancient ship, they probably found out about Darkfall's existence and the fact that it's kind of, you know, an immortal thing. And went, okay, but can we make our own? Okay, this is the message I already read. Okay, so it's info on some of the enemies here. Oh, not that one. Not that one. There we go. Also some confirmation that the dark enemies here, the cellular sub-life forms here, were all intentionally made by the people at the laboratory here. They were not created, like, because of Dark Falls. This was them intentionally trying to create, like, things that were, you know, the same. Something here can hold me in place. Okay. Well, thanks for joining. Have a good sleep. So I'm guessing that attacking the like hold trap from within has like infinite evasion or something like that to make sure any attack misses on it. You have to attack it from outside of it. That terminal ain't working. Yeah. I do really like the fact that the additional layer that episode 2 adds is just flat out like, it wasn't a dug too deep and like became horrified with what they found situation like episode 1 can imply. Episode 2 is outright stating they wanted that. They weren't horrified with they found an elder god and they weren't horrified, they were excited. They saw what it could do to people, and that only made them more excited. Because of the idea of, if something can do this, then surely we can replicate it, and then thus learn how to control it. It is actually like, I mentioned Umbrella Corp earlier, but honestly, yeah, the story is actually very much in line with, like, survival horror games of the time. It's just very different context. Something I missed here. Oh, right. Oh, right here. One spawned in behind me and then proceeded to not approach me. Oh, I have a Rosanda that I didn't use. And the Brave Knuckle. I'm super happy that I found this thing. Yep. Okay, so I probably missed the analysis data for these in the earlier sections. I wonder why I couldn't read that one console to get the message log from it. I wonder if that's just... There's a part of me that's wondering if it's like, well, I had to progress, like, to progress a bit to stop it from... Well, to get it to display, or if it's just going to be a thing that's kept till the final government mission here. Yeah, like I said, I really like the sort of like... In fact, this really is like a survival horror game of the time. And yeah, I tripped that, and now this whole place is filling with poison. The question is if it'll go away over time, or if it's something that I have to find the console to stop. Okay, yeah, it's just over time. The ones in central control area were the same, where it was just, even if it was like a fire trap that would pop up, it would just go away. Yeah, just, we got a lot of confirmation that basically everything going on wrong here is actually kind of because of the people from Pioneer 1. Especially in Galdaval Island. Reason why everything's so aggressive in the first place. And for the altered beasts that we're encountering in each area, that kind of implied that they made Derolle, which kind of did its job on its own. But all the altered beasts here weren't caused by, like, one of their creations going rogue. These were all intentional. Yeah, like I said, it's a nice little additional layer of, no, this is everything wrong going on was intended. The big ultimate thing that wasn't intended was everyone getting eaten by Dark Falls. They didn't know it could do that. Like I said, they encountered an Elder God and got excited at the horrors that it created and showed them. I think that's actually like a really strong premise in general. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and grab the railgun from my inventory. Well, actually, right here would be fine to use the saucer. Oh, also, I picked up a railgun, huh? Using the saucer from here will be fine, just because I'm not at a range where an attack will whiff because I'm moving forward. Yeah, seeing that one message of just like, oh yeah, everything's going berserk, all of the robots are going crazy, everyone is dying, because all of the beasts are breaking containment and breaking control. Seeing all the horrors that they're intentionally creating that they know they can't control. And then hearing the head of this all say, it's fine. It's fine, it's still within parameters. Whoop. This really gets across the type of character of the people that we only kind of heard about in episode 1 through side quests. Like, we heard about Dr. Osto and whatnot, and how he was head geneticist and whatnot, and head researcher who was brought on this, and how he was essentially behind Derolay. But then this very much characterizes just how much he was behind everything. And alongside that, how much everything going wrong didn't at one point concern him. Seeing people die never concerned him. That Derolay escaping containment, he probably didn't give a single shit about. Admittedly, that was probably well after he had died from everything going on here. Let's be honest. It's almost guaranteed he died from something here. Yeah, it's basically, like I said, it's a survival horror setting, but we're coming in like a month or two after everything broke, and just finding the logs of what had transpired. With episode 1, you know, how it starts off as, let's find out what happened, and it's the like increasing dread of discovering like this government conspiracy that's been going on, and then discovering that it's all way further. It's all just it's a government conspiracy that ends in finding an Elder God, and how much more concerning that Elder God is than anything before it. And episode 2 is about finding out that all of that concern that was mounting in the characters like in Red Ring Rico and kind of in you and whatnot, that the people that were in charge of this never once felt that. They never once looked at everything happening and were like, this is a big deal, we should like do something about this and like leave or anything like that, or that they never once shared the concern of the characters that you follow. Like I said earlier, they saw an Elder God and they were like, what if we can make one though? If one of these things exists, maybe we can make one that we can control. And that was their only thought process. All of these horrors just being like unveiled to them, and it only just makes them more excited at the prospects of those horrors being able to exist. There's a reason why I really like the tone and story of PSO, basically. Why I still think it's extremely unique for the franchise. The fact that just it's an entire game of like all the horrors you witness are man-made ultimately. And even the ones that aren't directly man-made were considered, well, come on, were considered fine. They were considered a good outcome. They were desired. And just like I said, it's by the time that they realized the actual true horror of what they had encountered, the fact that they can't control it, they were already dead. That everything had already killed them over here on Galdaval, or they had all died when Dark Falls like caused the explosion at Central Dome and ate them. Yeah, that these decel these decel things explicitly were made by the lab here. These are the most intentional. I'm gonna actually try and figure it. Well, I'm fucked. Well, I just picked up Escape Doll, so I like that the water interacts weirdly with your character model. That you're inside of it, but then you die or get knocked down, and you're technically on top of it because of the reflection. It's confusing to look at, because I think that is my reflection moving. And this thing has a huge attack range, man. I'm gonna guess it's circle around behind it. Get it to whiff an attack and, while you're trying to circle it, and then attack it from behind. Come on, there we go. It's still beeping at me. I can at least move past it. Just punch this. I will say, I think I heard a bit of one of the songs used for VR Temple get, like, referenced in the music here. A small little bit of it during a quiet part, I think I heard it. Definitely a reference to, like, a late game, end game song in classic Phantasy Star, basically. And now I'm thinking back on the amount of time I spent to try and get that Soul Eater, and the fact that while getting it, well, at least while hello? It's clinging to the ceiling here. But while getting it, I got a much better item. But it's like the Brave Fists, Brave Knuckles here, just being in the middle of all of that, being like, hey, you don't need to finish this. Like, I did want to finish it just for the story stuff. I think that's interesting. Just the whole statement that casts are not at all immune to what Dark Falls does. That D-cells infect everything. Anything with a consciousness. And it's the fact that, like, we could kind of see it with Callus, we could kind of see it, the after effect of it with Volopt, but you could very directly see it actively happening with Kurik. Just gonna use the invincibility from the, damn it, that was supposed to be Zonda. Well, I took out the mine. Yeah, like I said, that you could actively see the D-cell infection. Like, both see how it affects somebody over the course of time, how it causes, like, someone to essentially give into madness, but also see how it, like, just see it affecting also a cast over time. I mean, we technically also got a bit of that with, the stuff with Alt in Soul of Steel. Though I want to mention, it's finally dropping railguns and, like, polishes. Like, lower, like, seabed, very much. This is... Like I said, it's the direct progression from finishing episode 1 on normal is to do episode 2 on normal. We are now getting actual upgrades to the weapons we would have been getting at the end of episode 4. It's a shame that it takes to the end of Seabed for that to happen. Yeah, I really like the upper levels of how they're very, like, pristine, very beautiful. And then you get to the lower levels and everything's in ruins. Rooms are just completely flooded. Everything's overrun and broken down. Everything's in the process of, like, an emergency shutdown, basically. There's overgrowth here as well, visible. Ooh, HP material. Infinite Dolmones. Mind material. Come on. Let me out of this thing. Let me use my HP material. I am really happy that I did decide to start the stream off with the hunt for the Soul Eater. I will say that, because... Okay, so one more soul material, power material and one more mind material were used. I'll just keep those in mind as I go to punch this Morphos. Is that it? Nope. Of course it isn't. Yeah, there's Dell Depths to pop up. So, yeah, being able to, like... Being able to at least, like, get the Brave Knuckle here. Even if I did just get the Soul Eater, that still would have been good. Being able to just sometimes spend my health just to do extremely high damage. Okay, so there's something in here that is... There we go. Just waiting for me to get close to its spawn point. So I really love the music here. It's a very different kind of impending dread compared to the ruins. That, once again, it is a dread that is all man-made and that has just gone out of control. It's something they never should have expected they could have controlled. Only 300 damage. Ah. The Dell Biters here are actually like... Ow. I think Dell Biters... So I recognize them, but not necessarily like... From the context of PSO. I think this is another enemy that pops up in Portable 2. Yeah, with Portable 2, they just decided, hey, why don't we just bring everything in? There we go. I do kind of like that they lock off being able to retreat out of that area. You only have forward to go. Okay, so this explicitly takes place after beating Dark Falls. Because the mention of the savior of the red captive child, that would be in reference to us beating Dark Falls and thus freeing Rico's soul. And yeah, bottom of the deep abyss, I wait. Cliff. Flow. So it appears that whatever is left of Heathcliff Flowen has been messaging us. Yeah, he's just silent. This is just a lot. Oh. So, well, only one mission left. Which means that we are going up against the final boss of episode 2. Which kind of some implications of what it could be. The fact that it is... well, it's fairly obvious the implications are a very heavily mutated Heathcliff Flowen. He was infected with something due to an accident. We missed like a single log, message log in central control area. At the very least, we still picked up like... the message afterwards was more of the context that we needed. I'm honestly contemplating doing a quick run in like one-player mode of the central control area just to get that one missing message. Or just reading it out. You know what? It's probably Phantasy Star Wiki. Gonna take a moment. It would be central control area. Checking to see if there was any info on the logs that were left behind. So, I'm surprised that it doesn't seem like the logs actually have any sort of info, like recorded stuff on them. Just checking more stuff here, just in case. Huh. That's unfortunate that I do actually have to go through all of... I say it's unfortunate, but it's not like it's actually that big of a deal. Oh, right, I now am at 12 power used and 10 mind used. Huh. While re-looking through my various different windows open, reminded myself, oh right, I have to record the materials used. Purple lamplight. Yeah, he's still just silent. So, that's a fun way to refer to the place that Heathcliff Flowen's messages have been coming from. At the bottom of a long elevator shaft, in a place referred to as the Test Subject Disposal Site. So, outlines, well, they disposed of this test subject, and he's still not dead down there. He's been messaging us. I'm gonna guess, yeah, I need to go to the lower area to open up that lock. Man, I really like a lot of what the seabed's doing, because just, like, look at this place. Once again, it's just... This is a horror game happening that we are action RPGing our way through. We are in the secret underground umbrella facility. But instead of, like, a virus they can't control, it's an elder god that created the virus and has been mutating things. And just, yeah, like, there's the little things like how the, like, invisible enemies, you can still see their reflection, and that's how you figure out where they are and where to swing. That's such a cool little idea for how the encounters here work. Huh. Oh, there's just a path. Wait, is there? No, there isn't. Or is there? There is. There's just a walkway that I didn't see. My camera was slightly covering it up. Well, not my camera, my microphone. Just slightly too high, blocking a bit of the game window. Yeah, there was that little bit, that little piano bit right before the battle theme kicked in. That sounded like it was using a motif from VR Temple. Which, I think I mentioned that VR Temple, I think I remember reading that all the music in it, and all the music in it and VR Spaceship are actually, like, direct remixes of old Phantasy Star music. So I'm fairly certain that this is using motifs from old Phantasy Star music as well. It's definitely echoing also, like, the Ruins in terms of some of the instrument choices. Like synth instruments. Ooh, another power material. Brings me to 13. I'm just gonna run through here. Oh, they're gonna stop me. Come on. Come on. You know, I want to say I do like how, because of how the story's progressed and because of how the seabed works, going on a tangent about, hey, the Resident Evil remakes and Resident Evil in general and the current state of it was actually kind of like, contextually, kind of fitting. Because yeah, like I said, this is very much like, this is very survival horror of the time this game came out. And the plot is very much, like I said, it's Umbrella Corporation encounters an Elder God and gets real excited. They encounter an Elder God, it begins to horrifically mutate people, and they get more excited about that. Did you see what it did to Greg? It turned his arm into 5 tentacles. Oh man. Think of what we could do with that. And then just all the while everything's breaking down and people are dying, just constantly going, it'll be okay. It's all under control, don't worry about it. So there's an additional little detail I know about the boss that I don't know if it's actually outright stated. I know from just its name, though. But there's a little story thing that I'm wondering if it's also, like, just a little additional story detail in there. I'm wondering if it's one of those things that's just kind of implied, or if it is outright stated, because there's a lot more that's outright stated than I remembered there being. And not just in the sense of, like, the government quests adding to it. Yeah, like I said, the whole, like, fact that this does take place after episode 1 distinctly. It's not, like, weird parallel. It is explicitly after we have beaten Dark Falls. Of course, the danger is still there, because Dark Falls will still revive, probably. It is explicitly remarked upon as an infinite being. Admittedly, it actually sounds like, according to the audio log, well, the data logs, the messages and whatnot, Heathcliff Flowen might have also succeeded at beating Dark Falls. And that just, he had an injury from that fight that infected him with whatever Dark Falls was, that it basically infected him with itself. Missing that one data log, that might have explained that, like, they actually did get to Dark Falls and kill it. But yeah, but also he, in his current state, is aware of things happening to Dark Falls. Oh. Yeah, there's one last thing that I'm wondering if it'll get answered or not. I don't want to question it because we haven't seen the final boss yet, so we haven't seen its name yet. And if it does directly say, like, if it does directly say the little thing that I'm questioning, then I'd be outright spoiling a thing. So I'm just waiting until we encounter it to see if any logs have popped up about it. Well, the other one dashed away out of that, but... These Rico boxes refuse to be ignored. They will block the entire hallway. By the way, in terms of trying to check for the... In terms of checking up stuff that's... for the final boss of Episode 2, I did kind of, like, confirm right. Episode 2's final boss also does the same thing that Dark Falls does of... there is an additional form for hard mode. Hard mode and up. By the way, I have to say, having a one of those Sinnoh, whatever they are, I actually already forget the second part of the name, but having one of those pop up in one of these hallways, forcing you to use the reflection off this side, I like that a lot. Well, off on the side, just getting messages from friends, confirming just some plans that I'm proposing. Nothing stream related, just personal stuff. Just getting responses back, just in case anything from my phone, any noises from my phone pop up on stream. Yeah, earlier when I had to take that break, it was just because, I think I mentioned about my brother just stopped by and he was just dropping something off for me. He was letting me know that he was here. And if only I didn't have so much to do on stream, I actually would have gone to his hockey game because it's at the arena right next to me. Streaming is killing my relationship with my brother. How dare it? I say knowing that, like, I go to his hockey games anyways. I told him I was streaming today anyways, so. Yeah, this little piano bit that's playing right now, very much reminiscent of Apart from VR Temple's music. Like that right there. It's one of those things where I wish that Phantasy Star in general was better, better documented. Because if this was, you know, Final Fantasy that had this sort of thing, I'd be able to check the wiki for this level, and it'd be like, oh yeah, here's every single song that is referenced in the theme for this level. Here's every single reference to a previous game, and every reference that a future game does to this. I say this even though, like, I haven't ever played the classic Phantasy Stars. The most I've done is just testing them on emulators, just in case I ever want to play them. It's weird that I care so much about the Phantasy Star franchise when I haven't played the Phantasy Star games. I've only played the online ones. Oh. That was a... I'm guessing what happened there was it went into a phase that allowed it to instantly fire off its I-beams, because it definitely fired that one fast. Come on. Like I said, just fighting using watching the reflections is such a cool idea. And actually, like, you know what? Why haven't more games done that? Just have entire set pieces where it's like, this is with a lot of mirrors and reflections or like reflective surfaces. And that's how you track what you're trying to fight. Like, I get that it is like kind of the whole mirror world kind of thing of like, it gets weird trying to track things when they're like reversed. But having it be like sidelong like that, I feel like it works pretty well. I'm trying to spend all of my TP on Refoy. No, that... There we go. Well, I wonder if I could target... There. Okay, yeah, that's... No, that's the problem with using Santa, is I'll start targeting the recons. Okay, did I take out... no, I did not take out my railgun. So I'm gonna have to constantly reposition myself. The difficulties of aiming with the slicer. There. No! Why can't I target it anymore? Why is this so awkward? So awkwardly placed. For a slicer specifically. Right here is why I need to have a handgun on me. Oh. There. That one's just not spawning anything. That one just doesn't even know I'm here. Okay. No! Whatever, I'll Photon Blast soon. If I don't kill them all before that. Yeah, given the placement of the Gal Griffin, and the fact that we kind of do have confirmation it was intentionally made in this lab, I'm fairly certain the Gal Griffin it was made to protect this lab from anybody, any trespassers, to scare them off. Thinozoas. I paid attention to its name finally. Okay, and I'll use that lock gun just in case I have to take out more Riga boxes. Aha! Dang it. Dang it. Okay, I'll take out my railgun now. Okay, I do have a rest to level 5. I think... What level is my rest actually at? It's level 5, so I'm about to be able to get level 6 then. Yeah, I'm getting some rares. I'm in the good part of this game now. I see. Right, I don't need the cutter anymore because I have a better version of it with the saucer. But yeah, I'm in the good part of this game when I'm getting rares, I'm seeing red boxes pop up, I'm getting that dopamine hit. Well, I'm not currently in the good part of the game though, for that specifically. I'm still going through the story for just on normal. Which I do wonder if Episode 4 is going to be paced for... It's still going to be paced for, like, well, once you get to the final boss, it's still going to be a progression from everything else on normal. That there's still a straight through line for progression on that. Or if that's actually going to be, like, around the difficulty that, like, Episode 1 was. Or, well, Episode 2 in general was. You know what? While I am doing this... So, by the way, a fun thing that I noticed while I was searching up weapons... while I was searching up weapons for a PSO, just to remember the name of the stag cutlery, one of the things that I got slightly distracted by was seeing the weapon named Vivienne. The reason why this distracted me was because there is an NPC named Vivienne in Phantasy Star Portable. You know, the PSP spin-off for Phantasy Star Universe. The first of them. And one of the major NPCs in that is named Vivienne. She's a cast. And she uses the Vivienne from PSO. It's her signature weapon. It very much kind of highlights that with Phantasy Star Portable, especially, they started to pull in a lot of Phantasy Star online referencing. just even with Phantasy Star Portable, it wasn't just a like they technically started with Ambition of the Illuminous, with just references to things and whatnot, but that in terms of story stuff, it seems like they wanted to have more allusions to a PSO there. Ow. I don't know why I'm doing heavy attacks. Literally does nothing. Those things take a set amount of hits to go down. But yeah. There's also a character, I believe, named Vivian. Vivian? Spelled differently, but it's still familiar. It's still similar, and it's a cast as well in episode 3, I believe I saw. So it's probably that Vivian in Phantasy Star Portable is also meant to be a reference to episode 3's character. Possible. I think it was cast in episode 3. Shit. Somebody found a sealed J sword. Holy shit. That is the single rarest weapon in the game. I will pull up its chances of being found. That way you can understand how big of a deal that is. Just hoo boy. Like, one aspect of it being the rarest weapon in the game is that you have to be Skyline. You have to be Skyline. It only drops on ultimate. Yeah. Even a mod coming in to congrats. Just to give congrats on that one. So yeah, okay, so it drops on ultimate from Gigwe. And it is a 1 in 12,603 chance. Absurdly rare. Rarest weapon of the game, and only one ID can get it. And then once you get that, you can then turn it into the Tsumikiri J sword. Which is arguably the best weapon in the game. Okay, and well, here's the progression to seabed lower levels. Also, while I'm checking stuff, I wanted to check on a quick thing. So it'd be this is not the seabed that I wanted. That is from Phantasy Star Online 2. Seabed, Phantasy Star Online. I was just checking just to see if it has a mention on here. Right, alright. Seabed, PSO, EP2, music. Enjoying the music for the moment. Okay, Abysmal Ball Intermission and then Abysmal Ball Banquet are the names of the songs that are playing. Well, that is impossible to find them with. It's just Seabed, PSO, OST. Seabed Part 1. And I'm just gonna check the comments. Using the melody of Court of the Crimson King? Huh. Okay. Didn't see anything mentioning explicit references to other Phantasy Star games, though. Court of the Crimson King, though. I wonder if that's actually the case, or if that's just somebody hearing something, or if that's an accidental thing. Oh, time for the railgun. There we go. Look at that. I'm doing consistent damage. I have to reposition myself every time I shoot. God, the damage difference between the Brave Knuckles and the... and anything else I have, really. Yeah, I said it earlier, but it's still kind of wild to me how much the team behind this game just kind of nailed first try with this sort of stuff. It says how much the Sonic team was just fucking top of their game at the time of the Dreamcast. This was a Sonic team game. Yeah, just how much they were on top of their game at this time. Stop knocking me down. Let me punch you. And that, like, yeah, it did technically, like, they did have to do one real major revision to the game with version 2.0, because they did overlook, like, just how strong some stuff was. And that also allowed them to add in ultimate difficulty and really establish the true end game. Like, what the level that the game progresses to for its proper end game stuff. Part of Crazy Tune. Yeah. And to be fair, that sort of thing would only really be figured out by, like, extensive playing from players. But, like, to some extent, like, there's a level of, like, well, how could they have not realized how powerful Rafoy was? How could they have not realized the sheer extreme power that, like, Forces had? And how could they have not realized the disgusting nature of the spread needle? On initial release, but at the same time, like, for the most part, like, version 2 was like, okay, we know exactly how the end game should be playing for this now. Man, I wonder if that, like, that one article or write-up that I read that was just entirely a description of why the spread needle was a notable thing, why Ultimate exists, why version 2 exists, and how the spread needle caused all that, basically. Like, I have no doubt that version 2 would have existed in the first place, actually. Because I feel like it was just kind of the whole thing of, like, okay, let's define the actual endgame now. Like, we need actual players playing this for a decent amount of time and to see that sort of info come out, and then base it off of that. But, like, how the spread needle kind of helped define what the game would, the direction the game would proceed to go in. I should actually, like, genuinely should, like, take a moment, like, right now and look up that. Okay, I'm gonna just actually just give a very brief check. Spread needle. Yes, so. Let's just see if there is... I can't quickly find it. Let me just 2.0 and ultimate. Okay, it does seem like spread needle is still pretty notable. Even like it just more notable, like, okay, the spread needle, it does sound like it was also nerfed, actually. Oh, damn. The spread needle was outright banned online. That's what it was. Like, version 1.0 spread needle was outright banned. And then with Blue Burst, they outright nerfed it. Blue Burst was the version that was, like, version 3 and above, so yeah. GameCube, Xbox, and Blue Burst. But, like, even when they released Ultimate difficulty, you could not use the spread needle online still. Flat out. That's wild. Because, yeah, from what I can tell, it's very short range. Let's just see. It is 5 targets. It is basically, it's a unique rare rifle that shoots that hits 5 targets. That's in version 3 and up. In the original, so it has less, notably much less damage. Trying to see if I can get info on how many targets it hit in the original. I think I heard it hit up to 25, which is, hoo boy. Whatever. I can't find the specific thing that I was thinking of. I'll probably never find it because it was like ancient website article, like person just kind of doing a write-up for historical reasons for telling other people that I was linked one time. Hey, level 46. It does seem like once you do enough damage to a Morphos, it just automatically goes haywire, and then no longer defends itself. Damn it, that was supposed to be Zonda. I don't even get to break the mine with this. But yeah, the spread needle, from what I understand, it is still like kind of like worthwhile. Kind of. But yeah, basically now it's a very short range alternate shotgun that is technically a rifle. Whereas originally, ooh, evade material. Originally, it was the range of a rifle. Hit every target it possibly could. And had a lot more damage too. Can evade. Had the range of a rifle, so basically an entire room. Did a lot more damage. And just, yeah, it was just obscene. Because it allowed a ranger to just walk into a room and just shoot literally everything in the room all at once. And now it's basically an alternate shotgun. A pseudo shotgun. Oh, this actually is a good opportunity to switch to the Claymore for once. After this encounter, I'm actually going to have to take a very quick aside. Very quick break. Ow. Yeah, Del Biter. A Del Biter in an encounter where I can't just focus on it. Oh, thank you. It's helping me take out the range attackers. Ow. Oh, no. I'm definitely gonna have... So yeah, after this encounter, I'm gonna head back to Pioneer 2, and then refresh all of my consumables. Consumables, by the way. When I was saying usables, consumable is the word I was meaning. Oh hey, my bag healed me as well. I wonder if those sparks are building and allow it to do like a big electric shock or something like that, as if it was casting Rosanda. Okay. I'll fight back. And very quickly... We're at 5 hours now. I'm just going to... Call that Foy Disc. Oh man, because I got a better Foy Disc. And very quickly, just go attend to Cat. And there. Oh, there we go. I like how it clings to the ceiling and then just drops. No grace. It doesn't land on its feet. It just lands flat on its face. Yep. Oh, the thing can unequip me. Oh, I don't need to kill the Rika boxes and just leave. Oh. Oh, that's the way I came. I'm just right now thinking about, you know, Dark Falls, previous final boss. And as per usual, I'm thinking about the mistranslations of its name. You know, you got Dark Force. You got Dark Phallus. You've got Pro-Phallus, because, you know, Profound Darkness, Dark Falls, and, well, Profound Darkness, Dark Falls, and Dark Force. Just kind of mix all of them together and somehow you get Pro-Phallus out of it. It just... Oh, alarm from my phone. Yeah, somehow mix Dark Falls... somehow Dark Falls is like one of the only JRPG final bosses that has had its name mistranslated into penis. Ow. Ow. Well. Yes, I do. Dick-based darkness. Yeah, like from what I remember, Dark Phallus is like it's a mistranslation from specifically like a very quick and cheaply thrown together translation that it was fixed, but it was like just in the beta version of a mobile game, basically. Barely lasted for any time, but it's the fact that it existed is kind of funny. Ow. Fucking waiting there all this time, waiting for me to come back, and just suddenly clubs me on the head. Oh. saw the effect. Yeah. And then, but like, the fact that Prophallus exists, and that was on the Genesis. Maybe I go this way this time. Oh, just some boxes. So I do need to keep in mind when I finish this to keep an inventory slot. Oh, ow! Ha! These Del Biters are out for blood. Yeah, I do need to keep an inventory slot open upon finishing this to see if it gives me a reward. Because I'm fairly certain that the only reason why I didn't get one from the government quest to finish episode 1 was just because my inventory was full. And I don't know if that means I'm locked out of ever getting that again, or if that means I have to redo it. That if I redo it, it'll drop it this time for me, because I didn't get it before. Or if the fact that the trigger happened, and thus, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter if it did not go into my inventory. Oh, not upper levels. There we go. I love how I constantly look like I'm unequipped with it from anything. Just because of these knuckles. I hate how it means that if an enemy actually does unequip me, I don't realize it until I hit them. Okay, here we go. Ah! Did it again! Walk into the hallway and just get run over by a Del Biter. I wonder if there actually is a way to avoid that specific Del Biter. I'm trapped in the corner with it. My only way out is punching. And it had to be killed to unlock the door. Okay. I'm progressing. Didn't really comment on it before, but this room looks like it's out of Metroid Prime's like starting like the Frigate Orpheon at the start of Metroid Prime 1. Wait, was it the Frigate Orpheon in Prime 1? It was the Pirate Frigate, I know that. But yeah, how this area very much looks a lot like that, actually. No! To walk back again. have a bit of Peseta for this. I really hope that the final boss is something that I can hit with fists. It should be. I doubt they'll make a final boss that you can't, like, physically hit, but still. I've just been thinking about it, like, because I know its design. I've seen it before. It pops up in Phantasy Star Portable 2 as well, and specifically Infinite, because of Episode 2 adding all the PSO stuff. But long walk back again after after like doing this like how many times now? Get ran over by a Delbiter, then get ran over by another Delbiter, and this time I got frozen. I should feed my mag. Not having my mini-map, legitimately, that threw me for a loop there because of how much I'm not even paying attention to the visuals on screen, like, of my character running around. At times when I'm, like, backtracking, I'm just watching the mini-map. Sonic Adventure 1 ass noise of the robots popping out. I'm fairly certain that there is a... That sounds like something that is exactly used in Sonic Adventure 1. Aha! Yeah! No! Shit! Shit! This encounter! What the hell? They hit me with everything all at once. I should have, in my panic, I had a brief moment where I was thinking, I need to press telepipe, I need to press telepipe, as soon as I got hit by that panic. I panicked IRL. Let's just go into items, though, and sort auto. And of course, they did unequip me. I will say, because of how Central Command Area's final mission went, I was thinking that I might need to do a stream of the GameCube version to show how that progression would work, but Central Command Area's final, like, 7-5 was just a normal run of it, and that's how it would work on the GameCube as well. I might as well take this out while I'm here. Yeah, I'm getting 5 experience for every one of these. The slowest infinite experience farm possible. There probably is actually a limit on how much experience you can get from recons, knowing it. The fact that they come out swinging like that, just double hammer fist, just go after you. Jesus. There we go, shocked it. Preventing the other one from reaching me, too. Whoop. There we go, froze it. Can't land shock on these Zellas, but yeah. Yeah, this room is... Oh! There's more of them. Wait, there are more of them. The door opened. Yeah, as I was saying, the Zellas, I can't seem to land shock on them, but I can freeze them at the very least. But anyways, this room in particular is very much like... And you can see there's a particle, like... collection of particles in the water there. It's hard to say if that's from the D cells or from something else, or if that's just because we're deep undersea. Hello? Okay, this one's just... This is a corridor where I'm going to be stopped by every 5 seconds because there's going to be something popping up above my head. Or is it? No? Okay, then. Yeah, that room specifically was very much like the pirate frigate at the start of Metroid Prime. The very brown color, the kind of ruined everything. Brown and yellow as the main colors ruined everything. This is complimentary, by the way. Will this debuff end? Okay, it's just Rika boxes. Stop it. Stop it. There we go. The main reason why I wanted that to go away was just because... And that sound wouldn't stop playing. Aw. How do I... Ow. Ow. Of course. I heal, and that this is where the... Presumably, I'm right next to the final boss teleporter. And that was there just to, like, let you heal up to max before that. Okay, I'm gonna stand at a notable distance and shoot it. Come on, pop your head up. You can still hit me from there, but I can at least shoot fast enough with a railgun to take it down quickly. Okay, so here's probably a final normal encounter set before I get to the elevator. The elevator to the test subject disposal room. Just the pit that they dump things into. Which, man, that kind of implies something about, you know, about how things were going at this point. The fact that maybe even Dr. Osto saw what was happening and went, "Oh fuck, I can't control this. This is fully out of control. Abandon all hope." Or maybe Heathcliff Flowen himself dove into it hoping it would kill him before he lost full control of himself. I'm definitely, by the way, not doing the 2 side quests, because they're actually pretty long. One of them is. It's actually even an entire new area exclusively introduced by that side quest. Oh, I removed Ravarda from there. Oh wait, no. When I have Photon Blasts up, it figures out everything from my sub palette, even the hotkeys. Damn. Yeah, now it's back up. It cleared out literally even my like sub palette hotkeys. Wow. Ow. The Hellbiter's charge attack is just the most an enemy just does not mess around. I mean, it's punch as well. That punch has a huge hitbox on it. I've at the very least not seen what that, like, electric charge that it builds up around itself does. Oh, there we go. Just had to wait a bit for it to be recognized as dead. Check both of these just in case. Damn it. Okay, that's just... That's a multiplayer area. So at the very least, that's not progression. Like you said, I wonder if that like little particle effect there, I say particle effect, but you know, it's not actually a particle effect, considering standards of how those actually work, but the little particles that are rising there and like floating around, I wonder if those are like from the D cells, that because of us getting closer to the final boss here. Because we did see similar to them in not Seed of the Heart, Soul of Steel. But whenever Alt was going berserk, we saw like those start to form around her. Damn it. The door was open. Why did there have to be more? Let's sell a couple of these star atomizers and use that to buy a more readily usable healing item. Invisible robots that like to freeze you and then kill you. I gotta give them credit. I gotta give the Pioneer 1 crew credit. The Sinnoh-Zoas, incredibly effective. They made an amazing weapon, they did. But yeah, as I was saying earlier, though, I'm not going to be doing the 2 side quests here. I'm going to be saving that for another stream. Which, yeah, so I'm not going on to Phantasy Star Universe, well, Phantasy Star Online Episode 3 next Friday, then. Next Friday, we'll be doing some wrap-up stuff for Episode 2, at the very least. Episode 2 wrap-up stuff, and then also some Episode 1 wrap-up stuff. And then Episode 3 will be presumably next Saturday. Or I could just hold off on all of the, like, Episode 1 and 2 stuff until I'm in Episode 4, which would be after Episode 3. Nah, I'll just do a wrap-up stream, like, side stuff wrap-up stream next Friday. And then, yeah. Episode 3 admittedly might take a while, because it's a Sonic Adventure 2. It has a hero side and a dark side. I think that actually is the name of the two sides, too. And you do have to do both of them to get the proper ending. Like, I think it is outright, like, the second one you complete will get the ending. I'm seeing so many Lame d'Argent? I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm bad at French. But I'm seeing so many of those drops that I'm... Just at this point, like, it almost feels like they're a currency. Pretty sure I've seen that exact same group get, like, multiple now. The actual answer is that they're probably farming to get, like, one with good attributes on it. There. This telepipe is telling me I should at least set something. Even if it's not the end. Oh, well. Yeah, this is definitely leading to the end. How long this corridor is. The fact that the new visual effect is coming in. Signify, yeah. Well. Yeah. Well. Here we go. Time to go down the elevator. So hey, you remember, wonder what happened to Olga Flow? Here he is, Olga Flow. So, first phase of this fight is on the elevator, as you can see. Ow. He's got a sword and shield. I don't know how I'm supposed to hit him with melee attacks, so I think this might be actually like you do have to have a ranged weapon on you. Oh, there we go. He moves in range from time to time. So I'll just keep this equipped for now. Wait for him to have a moment where I can hit him. Because, yeah... moments where I can hit him with this thing are going to be pretty big. Ah! Okay. The big sword attack. Shoots multiple projectiles, so like a shotgun. I'm in a good spot right now. Okay, I'm gonna guess it's gonna do that giant laser move again that shoved us. Oh, I can still hit it from there. So I might as well mention it. I didn't see anything pop up. Okay, so this is just a move around to avoid it spiking through the stage, but I didn't see it pop up, but the name Olga Flow. So Flow obviously is derived from flowing. He's got flowing. Olga is the name of the AI that we've been accessing this whole time. So, if that is the case, then that would mean that... If that is the case, that would mean that presumably a way of trying to stabilize and control the mutated Flowen probably was that they were intending to use one of the central computers, one of the main AIs, Olga, for the sake of, like, for that sake. Or it could be that Olga was possessed by the D-cells and then decided to take over Flowen. But yeah, it could be that that was their intention, was to use the AI to kind of establish some control over it. I really should be switching between guns, like switching to gun when it starts to move out of range of my punches. Yeah, this is a heavily mutated... this is basically their attempt at making their own Dark Falls, so... It is a man who is a living legend of fighting. Mutated into essentially like a sort of attempt at being a replica of a Dark Falls. Presumably merged with a hyper-advanced AI. The AI is how I presume how he was contacting us that whole time. He was using its messaging system. Ow! That killed me outright. Huh. Good thing I placed that telepipe. I'm gonna sell all my tri-fluids. I'm not gonna need them. But yeah. I do feel like we are missing a message, because I feel like there was one more message that probably would explain the whole Olga thing. Though that might have just been something left for the player to infer. But there were no messages on this run-through, so I'm going to do a run-through of Central Control Area and the seabed facility on my own, just seeing if I can get all of the messages and whatnot. And then that'll tell me if I should do that stuff on stream. Alright. Oh, this fucking song rules. Nope, not unequip it. I just position myself correctly, its sword slashes won't hit me. Come on. There we go. Ow. It does a lot of damage. Oh, no, here it comes. Big laser. Well, at least when I get hit by that, it can't hit me again. Until he does the move a second time. Also, if the first hit doesn't knock me down. Yeah, I think most of my TP for this fight is honestly going to be used for healing. I wonder if the voice clips from him are actually, like, translatable. Like, if they're just garbled or reversed actual dialogue. It sounds too garbled to actually be that, though. So it seems like he's doing that in specific patterns, specific, like, directions and whatnot. And this is just phase 1. We have still yet to reach the dump site. Oh, now he's moving while doing this. I do feel like it's appropriate to mention, even with the fact that I'm doing like 200 damage per hit. Like, doing 200 plus per hit with my Brave Knuckles, he's still, like, not taking that much. It's still normal. This is, once again, it's statted up for a multiplayer, but still. There we go. There. And he falls down up to the bottom of the test site. The dump site. Don't touch that. Disposes of his flying portion and grows some legs. Olga Flow, attribute unknown. So this phase, you cannot hit it. I'd imagine that attribute unknown thing means that you outright. Oh shit! It causes. Come on, get up. It outright you cannot hit it for any additional damage from an attribute. Ow. Huh. Well. Do I need the level 6 Gelin? Did I ever pick up any? Okay, I didn't. Okay, I already have a better Rosanda than that. Also, I can sell these. I have Flow and Sword. A replica. Okay, how close am I to leveling, though? Because I might as well take these out. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Well, I'm not actually that close to leveling, unfortunately. Sell those. So the big question now is about the ads that it spawns in. Set one of these again. So I'm definitely gonna, yeah, I'm gonna have to do the elevator phase again. But that's whatever. I'm probably gonna want to stick with the railgun once the walking around phase begins because of those ads. I hope that I can just kill them permanently. Or, like, kill them for a good amount of time, at least. Oh, just barely not targeting it. I want to avoid using my more emergency healing stuff in my monomates and whatnot. Oh, just swinging from the outside. Hit. Well, at least I don't get hit a second time. Dang it. No. Quite kind of rules. It's destroying me, but whoa. Stay away from the outer edges when it does that leg sweep, I think. Okay, so I want to be on the far side away from it whenever it starts this up. Oh yeah, crit there. Okay, that's a tail whip. Ow. It's almost dead. Come on. Ah. There we go. It really was just one hit down. Okay, actually, yeah, right. Wait. The saucer... It won't be as good damage, but it'll at least hit multiple targets, but... I think I'll go with a railgun, yeah. That way I can just run away, shoot, run away, shoot. We just have to go, interact with the glowy bit, run into the soul. At the very least, our damage seems to be good for this. If we could hit it. Okay, yeah. It spawned the two things. The DL and the Gale. Okay, so what happened, I must have gotten hit by multiple of those waves at once. Okay. Gale here is shooting out mines. I'm gonna wanna, run up here. Hopefully this will take down the ads. Because they're pretty low on health as well. Oh, it doesn't seem like it even hit them. That's one down. Ow. I'm gonna guess that steps do cause damage. Okay, so I just need to make sure that I'm topped off for health, so I can avoid getting killed by that. And that. Okay, the amount of healing I have through Resta is every time I get knocked down, I can just Resta back up. As soon as I get up. Distance here. Yeah, thought so. If I just use all my TP for Restas, then I should be fine. Happy that I'm happy that I am over-leveled for this as I am, even if it is, like, statted up for multiplayer. That, like, you can still tell that my damage is extremely good. That I'm only doing this on normal, basically. Because, man... Yeah, it starts moving, knocks me down. There, one down. This is a good practice session, basically, for, like, whenever I do this on a more real difficulty. I say practice session as if I'm not, like, shitting myself constantly, afraid of this thing about to murder me. Okay, I wanna... Like I said, shitting myself constantly, afraid of it about to murder me. But I think I have a good handle on what it was doing there. Yeah, I'm definitely selling the rest of my star atomizers. I say, even though those are like, full heals guaranteed, but so are die mates at this point. And so is Resta. Man, this has gone on for 6 hours. Did I place another teleport? Was I smart? Okay, I was smart. Good. And I'm not getting experience for just ending a single phase, unfortunately. If I was, then I'd be making progress. Actually, I wonder if it has multiple targets that I can connect with. Then the saucer would actually be doing good work. Definitely against the final phase, it's only single target, though. Well, I say final phase, but that's because final phase on normal. Okay, yeah, it's only single target right now, it seems. Come on. Okay, I definitely do want to distance, but whatever. Man, that was fast enough that I don't think that could have been dodged. Like, it might have been only moving at that speed because I got hit, though. Okay, I want to create distance. Oh, wrong direction. It's doing this thing a lot now. Really does not want me to hit it physically. I gotta say, moments like this look really cool. Just the way the camera pans up to it. Move like that. There we go. I think I've got kind of an idea of how to dodge that. I don't exactly know how to put it into words or even what I'm thinking of doing in the moment, but it seems to be correct. Okay, yeah, I fell for that. And then when it... Okay, there we go. Yeah. I kind of realized as I was standing there shooting, just... This is gonna hit me. Okay. One more. No. Now one more. There we go. Said this is... The title of the stream is Phantasy Star Starter Days, as in, you know, a horrible mangling of Saturday and Star together. This is now Phantasy Star Stun Days as well. It's 2 in the morning. But I'm going to make sure I finish this fight. Yep. Headed off the opposite direction. Enjoy my moment of peace before this fight. I could really just stand here, let the my Photon Blast Restorate and my HP Restorate do their work. Well, Photon Blast Amplifier. Yeah. Okay, this opening bit pops up a lot in Phantasy Star music. The Phantasy Star Final Boss themes. I think it was even in Dark Falls. Basically the signature, like... phrase, like signature motif from Idola, I think. which every Phantasy Star Final Boss theme, it has the name Idola in it. Well, I'm invincible through that. There we go. Okay, the railgun is honestly still good damage. That the excessive damage of the fists is like... Okay, so I don't want to be at its crotch. It seems like if I am there, like... Yeah, as I was going to say, God, I'm just selling everything. Everything must go. I need more dimates and monomates. No, as I was saying, the safety of the railgun seems to beat out the extra damage of the, of even needing to try to go in for right now. Because of not really getting... Oh, right. Need to place that. Because of the danger of potentially needing to go in and get hit by something that might one-shot me. Aw, I was trying to feed my mag. By the way, I don't think it's ever been commented upon in the game, but... I noted that, way back when, that mags actually have the... D-cell, like the photon blasts have D-cell markings on them. So it leads me to wonder if mags are created from D-cells. I don't know if that's actually like addressed in the game or not, or if I just haven't seen it. Yeah, I really have no clue how to dodge that currently. I have no clue how to dodge it, so I might as well just try and swing in for damage during it. Oh, hit my phone. He's making this especially difficult on me right now. Thought I was just barely out of range for that, but... Given how it circles around, I think I want to be towards the center of the platform. the center of this. Like right about here, and then like that. Almost. Damn it, I ran into it. I was gonna do it again. Gotta move like that. There we go. So I gotta move along this little ridge in the center. Oh. Going for the tail whips. Way he shifts around. Really loving that move right now. Ow. He's like, oh, you think you learned how to dodge it, huh? Let's try this again. Come on, 4th time in a row. There we go. And once again, so, okay. Make sure I am not in his feet. Make sure I am not that close to him. Because whatever that, one of the moves that he does, if I am that close, it will instantly kill me. Seems like it might have damage that dissipates the further away I get from it. I don't know the exact move, though. I will mention, part of the reason why I mentioned the whole, like, Idola thing pops up from game to game. There's a Dark Falls fight in New Genesis, and that's the most recent time that I heard this specific motif. Only that one had lyrics, too. Every time they do an Idola track, it's always, like, fantastic. Okay, it's probably something... Those pillars honestly might be there to help me. Try and see if I can do this. I'm probably gonna get hit right after this and die. No, because I'm too close. I hit an incredibly tiny thing for an incredibly tiny amount of damage. I want to get out from under there. Okay, it seems like that was a pose where it was preparing to swing at me, but because I wasn't visible, I was behind him, that he didn't know what to do. Like, as in, like, he's preparing for a big sword swing in that moment. Seems like so far, all times I want to be behind it. Also seems like the Gale and Geel, if they are up when he does that like arm raise thing, that they contribute to an attack. Ooh. Just get right behind him. Oh, shit. There we go. Just fully restore my TP. Yeah. I really hope that this fight doesn't have an enrage timer. I really hope this game was made before enrage timers were invented. Oh shit. He's crouching. He's gonna do something. Oh, yeah, that's the thing that would have instantly killed me if I was not slightly further away. Over here. Oh, my accuracy with this gun. Those mines are what's inflicting the different status effects on me. Oh. Trying to... Oh. I got lucky that I got knocked down by the initial start of that swing. Yeah. Trying to hit the Gale, and then it starts spawning more mines to take the damage for me before it. I need to make sure I'm at full health. Let's hit it. Let's hit anything. Please. Please hit it and do damage. It did 49 damage. I don't know how I dodged that. I was in the exact single, like, pixel blind spot. Damn it. Game forcing me to go back. Okay, so that was actually pretty good. That was actually pretty close. Running to that further question of what else do I sell? Nah, I feel like I'm good on healing items anyways, because with how slowly I go through my TP, if I'm just using it for Resta, then yeah, I definitely have the healing items to sustain throughout this whole thing. But I didn't... Like, I mainly just use Monomates to just barely top off, and even that was kind of a mistake. Oh, I'm gonna be here for hours just on this fight alone, aren't I? 6-hour stream so far. Okay, go to the center. Never mind. I will say the biggest thing about Resta is the fact that once I get knocked down, I do have that period of invulnerability that allows me to just completely freely cast it. So I don't really need to worry too much about having something there to panic heal. Because almost everything it does will knock me down. Oh, want to get away from this? Never mind. Oh, I did want to get away from it. Okay, so when it's below, it seems like the answer is to just run clockwise. And when it's above, it seems like it does clockwise, clockwise, counterclockwise, clockwise, counterclockwise. Just does a whole bunch to try and trip you up. Well. So just whoop. It does change directions for this one too. That is something I'm probably going to need to see written in words to really truly understand it. I'm not getting the invincibility from my mag, and I don't exactly get which stat is too low for that, if it's IQ or sync. So I'm going to very quickly make sure that both IQ and sync are above 100. Whichever one is below 100, I'm going to focus on upgrading that. Oh, hello, cat. Hey. Oh, it's definitely sync rate. I mean, I can check. I can just check. I have time. Synchro increases damage, increases triggers. Invulnerability. It's not telling me what specifically causes that. Okay. My cat is here. He's wondering why I'm still at the computer, why I'm still talking. Okay, so antidotes raise its sync rate. And anti-paralysis will raise its IQ. Oh, well. Hopefully my cat doesn't decide to go on the offensive here. Hello. He's licking my arm. He's tasting me. Oh, I'm just gonna invincibility through this. Yeah. Okay, that's a localized explosion from the looks of it. Going in. Ow. It did its actual attack that time. Presumably because I was just right in front of its foot. Gonna explode. Explode. Of course, him turning around. I'm repeatedly accidentally smacking my mic. I'm gonna use a die make for this one. Okay, so far so good, honestly. Oh, shit. Okay, I got hit by something else giving me invincibility. Okay, I survived it. I'm repeatedly smacking my mic as I'm reaching for my keyboard. This must be a fun audio experience. I'm gonna heal up to fall. Yeah. If I didn't, I would've died. I got invincibility from this time. Hell yeah! Mag coming through! That's it! That's it! Mag came through at the absolute final second. And there goes Heathcliff flowing soul, just zooms off. I actually thought it would be... Well, there's this corrupted sword. Oh. And that's episode 2. Holy shit. That's a hell of a fight. And I want to do that. Oh, dang. Get a vocal track too. So, I want to do that fight when it's not set up for multiple people. Definitely. With that, I'm done with the government quest for episode 2. Dang. I need to drop something before I enter that teleporter. I'm just doing this just on the off chance a rare is there. Yeah, nothing. Feels bad talking over the song, honestly. Yeah, with that, I'll wrap it up after this. Teleport to lobby. No, I don't wanna, but I have to. Episode 2 complete. To be continued. In episode 4, of course. And episode 3. Oh, you just don't get anything from completing the episode. Huh. Well. Doesn't really matter anymore if it's visible. So, well, that was episode 2. Hey there. Gets to touch the machines in the lab as much as she wants. Yeah, that was it. Well, we confirmed that Heathcliff Flowen is dead now. He's dead now. As of now, I have succeeded at making sure. Let's go into a place with nice music. So, with that, that's episode 2 done. All the government quests for that done. Heathcliff Flowen was a hell of a fight. No other real way to put it. Olga Flow. As mentioned, I'm probably going to be doing some off-stream stuff to figure out if there are more messages that I missed that I want to bring up. The cat's staring at me. He's being cute. But yeah. It is kind of a shame that there is actually no reward for completing all the government quests of an episode. There might be for like higher difficulties, who knows, but still. But yeah, with that, that's gonna be it for tonight's stream. Today's stream, this morning's stream. God, 6.5 hours. But yeah, next time, of course, next time I stream Phantasy Star Online, it will be more Phantasy Star Online episodes 1 and 2. It'll be more Blue Burst, because I do have a couple more things that I want to do. But I won't be going to episode 4 yet. Instead, I'll be just doing some of the side stuff from episode 2 because, well, let's go and walk over. Oh, I can't even select them here. So you see this tower? The tower subsection? You know what? Let's actually go. So here's the side stories are single player only then, actually. Huh. Typing in random keys into my OBS. Hopefully that didn't screw with anything. There we go. Side story. Seed of the Heart and Blue Star Memories. So Seed of the Heart is its own thing. And from what I understand, it's pretty big. It also includes us going into the tower, which is its own complete own area. East Tower, the West Tower, raid the Central Tower, Military Strikes Back. 3 ones are custom. But yeah, we will be doing that. We might be doing some more episode 1 stuff as well on hard. But yeah, with that, I think I'm gonna call it a night, because goddamn, that was a lot. And a lot of that was Olga Flow. Anyways, thanks to anybody who joined in, as per usual. And yeah. Oh, I might as well mention, yeah, next Friday is gonna be more Phantasy Star, and then Saturday is going to be the start of episode 3. But on Monday, we're going to be continuing with more Shadow Hearts, which I've been enjoying quite a lot. Then Tuesday will be more Fear, more First Encounter Assault Recon, and then Thursday will be more Shadow Hearts. But yeah, anyways, with that all said, thanks to everybody who joined in, and yeah, catch y'all next time.